What is a patriot? A patriot is someone that loves Christ, country, and their family and neighbors. Someone who is willing to stand up for what's right. Although there may be a cost to them, someone who has overcome fear because fear is of Satan, willing to go the extra mile to do and show what's right. The only reason I'm on YouTube is because of God. I feel it is my destiny, my duty to do and say the things God shows me, or else I'm of no good to God at all. All patriots must stand up or risk losing God, country, and family. This is all of our destiny to do God's work. Thanks to all who watch my videos. But remember, it's not about us, but about our children, our country, our God. Thank you. Uh-oh, my camera don't seem to want to work. Well, I'll be right back, folks. Let me go back out and come back in and see if my camera will work. I'll be right back. There we go. All right. Up and running. Hello, everybody. Man, looks like we got a pretty good room full here to start off with, which always makes me feel good. Big Chap, my brother is here. What's going on, Chap? Good to see you, bro. Chris C. Oh, well, LSP. How you doing, LSP? Good to see you, bro. Tell you what, I'm just going to go back up the top and start from there so that, maybe that's a better way to do it. I don't know. I just always start off the bottom. Miss Susie Snedhead. Hello, Susie. Welcome, girl. JM is here. What's up, JM? Good to see you, brother. I thought JM had broken up with me there or something. Chrissy Cat. Good to see you, Chrissy. Kiss Off is here. What's up, Kiss Off? Good to see you, girl. And let's see. Well, and JM even got my Rumble link posted there. Thank you, JM. I think I'll pin that thing while I'm over here. Got to turn that down, though. Might help some. Now, let's see here now. I got to track it back down. Because I never can. I never have figured out how to do the link shit on Rumble. Well, I don't know what happened there, but something didn't work right. There it is. All right, let's see. I hope I got the right one pinned. Yeah. Thank you, JM. All right, now then. Let's see. Where was I? Mayor. What's up, Mayor? Good to see you, girl. Welcome, welcome. Astua. Hello, Astua. Welcome. I got to go over to Facebook and do some work over there, too, right quick. Let's see. Tammy C. Hello, Tammy. Welcome to you. Southern Belle. Hello there, Southern Belle. Welcome, girl. Garrett's here. What's up, Garrett? Good to see you, Garrett. Welcome, brother. Miss Paula Work is here. Hello, Paula. Good evening, Ronnie, my brother, and all my brothers and sisters in chat. Absolutely. Good evening to you too, Paula. Rob G. Hello, Rob. Welcome, brother. Good to see you. Let's see. Annalisa. Hello, Anna. Good to see you. Welcome. Justin Rose. Good to see you, Justin. Welcome, brother. Let's see who else we got here. Mike MQ. Hello, Mike. Welcome, brother. Good to see you. I don't know if I welcome Chris or not. If I didn't, hello, Chris, and welcome, brother. Good to see you too. Good to see all you great folks, man. I'm telling you, this is how you definitely make me feel good, to see all these people in here right off the bat. Thank you, every one of you. And our announcer is here, Mr. William Gramer. Hello, William. Welcome, brother. Let's see. Butterfly's here. Hello, Butterfly, and welcome. Good to see you, Butterfly. I know I already said hello to Chap. I'm going to say it again. Hello, Chap, my brother. Good to see you. Chessboard. What's up, Chessboard? Good to see you, brother. Welcome, Chessboard. Chris C. Hello, Chris, and welcome to you. If I hadn't already said it, I said it again. Or if I did say it, I said it again. All right, let's see. I think it's just about everybody, although I wouldn't swear to it. Mike, 1176. Welcome, Mike. Good to see you, brother. Who else we got here? Tyne Duff. Hello, Tyne. Welcome, girl. Good to see you. And let's see who else we might have. Who else we might or might not have. Just what I call a whole mess of people here tonight. I love it. Hello, Silver Girl, and welcome. Good to see you. Welcome to the beautiful Silver Girl. And I haven't heard anything from Beautiful V here in a while now. I hope she's done all right. If you can tell me anything about V, Silver Girl, or tell us anything about V, please do so. And what Chessboard said here. Show running your support. Hit the thumbs up. It's free. It certainly is. I made it free for tonight and tonight only. So please hit the thumbs up. MLP, hello, girl, and welcome. Good to see you, MLP. Princess Kicking Butt. Oh, I love that name. Princess Kicking Butt. Hello, Princess, and welcome. Good to see you. Good name, by the way. Mr. Lauren Price is here. Hello, Lauren. Welcome, brother. Wasn't it, though? I've been reading about all those earthquakes and tsunamis and volcanoes and this, that, and the other. The beautiful Salt and Light is here. Hello, Salt. Welcome, girl. Good to see you. It's got to the point here lately, and I don't know, maybe they're just lurking or something, but it's got to the point that if I see Big Chap in the chat, then I don't see Salt. If I see Salt in the chat, I don't see Big Chap. So I don't know what's going on with them two there. But anyway, they're both here tonight. Welcome, guys. And Leanne Luigi. Hello, Leanne. Welcome from Southeast Michigan. Well, you're down there pretty close to Chap. I guess Chap would be in either Southwest or South Central Michigan. I'm not sure how that works in Michigan. But anyway, you're both in Michigan, that's for sure. Cheryl Rich, the lovely Miss Cheryl Rich is here. Hello, Cheryl. V was on Steve's for Dangerous Race. Oh, she was? I didn't get to watch much of that because I didn't know Ron. So, I did watch some of it, but like I say, I didn't know him. So I didn't watch a whole lot of it. She stalks you? Oh, you are in Southwest Michigan. Okay. All right, right on. Silver Girl says Ronnie V's husband's full military funeral is tomorrow. Oh, okay. She's only been back to the house once. His sons have her with them. She is okay, but not great. Well, we'll be praying for her. And as I know you know, Silver Girl, V is, in my opinion, one very good woman. I like V a lot. And I'm talking about as a friend, not as a, wannabe bride. Although I do tease her a lot about that. That's all it is teasing. Hello, Annette Graff, and welcome. Good to see you in here, Annette. Welcome to all you great folks, man. I'm telling you, this is amazing to me. I love it, to come on and see so many people in the chat. It is definitely heartwarming, to say the least. And if y'all will forgive me for just a minute, I'm going to try to get to Facebook and see if I can get it running. Well, it says already am. But I know that on Facebook, well, I say I know. The way I understood it, you have to go over and turn the camera or something on. But it says I'm up and running, so I'm going to take them at their words. Hello, Cola. Welcome, Cola. Good to see you, girl. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Well, I don't know what all you folks have been hearing so far about everything, but seems like the new year got started off the boom, like I was talking about just a minute ago, with all the earthquakes and things and the tsunami. Now, I haven't heard the thing about the plane catching on fire or falling out of the sky, whatever it did, but William says, Ronnie, we know you hit on V. You don't even hold back. Well, I love V. I honestly do love her. But I am definitely being serious. And I know I make it sound like flirting all the time with V, but it's not it at all. I just care a lot for V. Kind of like a daughter or something, A daughter you can tease with that won't get mad at you and everything. Yeah, man, I've been wondering about Hoot myself, I hadn't seen her in about a month, I guess. It's been a while. We're praying for you, Hoot and V. It's I guess it's just a life's test, whichever way you look at it. With V, losing her husband like that and her being sick all at the same time had to be a kick in the pants. And then with Hoot being sick, I know, man, I'm probably the world's biggest sissy because I hate being sick. I just can't take it. Absolutely. What Susie said here, my Rumble link is pinned up there. So if anybody don't know is not subscribed to me on Rumble yet, please do so. Because when I would say if, but it always happens when they take my videos down here, their own Rumble. Oh, you did? Chap says he emailed Hoot and didn't get a response. Well, man, I hope she's all right. Anybody hear anything from Hoot? Well, please let me know. What's going on, Landon? Good to see you, brother. No, you're not too late. Not even 15 minutes. I'm just going to give you a hall pass and let you go, and you're going to say nothing to you. Welcome, Landon. Good to see you, brother. But where's Tiff? That's the question. Where is Tiff? Where's Tiff? Where's Tiff? The Deal for Real. Welcome to Deal for Real. Good to see you, brother. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Well, are y'all ready to hear the Carry On, Carry On? I know Chrissy Cat hates that song, Carry On. Well, her and Karen both, I think. But Karen's not even here yet. Where you at, Miss Karen? Well, I'll tell you what, let me check. I got something to check right quick. Let's see. Said the blind man. That's what he said. I was just checking to see if most people had hit the like button. There's quite a few that haven't. I'm not going to gripe too much right now. I ain't going to be like a certain person on another. channel, and most of y'all know who I'm talking about. But you know, all right, there's 70 people in here, and we only got so and so likes. Hit the like button, y'all. Y'all know who I'm talking about. LSP says he hit it. So I hope everybody else will hit the like button too. Y'all hit the like button, I'll go ahead and play the Carry On song. Trump dance song, whatever you want to call it. Let's see. One more time here. Well, we're up to 59 on the likes, but we got 71 people in here. So that leaves what? 12 people. 12 people didn't hit the thumbs up button yet. Come on, pretty please. Hit the thumbs up button. Well, that's all right. I'll go ahead and play the Trump dance song anyway. Just to show I don't hold grudges, which I don't. I don't know that I ever did hold grudges. If I did, I certainly don't now. So here we go. Big Chap, you're right. There's always one complainer in the crowd. Always. That was a good one, Chap. I just had to say something there. Hello, Rev Rats. Welcome. Good to see you. Welcome to the show. And the beautiful Salt and Light. I think I already said hi to her, but I'll say it again. And Miss Karen Reeves. I didn't get to say hi to Miss Karen because she wasn't here. Hello, Miss Karen. And Miss Unspecified. Tiffany is also here. Welcome, Tiff. And Tiff, be sure that Landon lands tonight, safely. Don't let him have a crash landing anywhere. Because after all, Landon does a lot of landing. You've got to be careful. Good to see you guys. I think there was somebody else that came in. I don't remember who it was, though. Let's see if I can track them down here right quick. Well, I don't know who it was. If I missed anybody, I'm sorry about that. Just say something and I'll definitely holler you out. Be happy to. All right, so let's see. Which one do I want to start with tonight? See, it's always my problem. I can't never figure out which one I want to start with. Well, I'll just figure, start with the one that comes up first, I guess. Let's see. I don't want to do any reading right off the bat, that's for sure. And most of these are short ones, so, well, this one ain't. It's a little long, but the rest of them are short. This one's 42 minutes. Here, and by the way, anybody know where Buff is? Where you at, Buff?
I don't want to sound like a fatalist, because I'm not. I'm absolutely convinced that ultimately the principles of freedom shall prevail. I know that that will happen. I may not live to see it. I won't live to see it. But truth cannot be extinguished. And our great society promotes the discovery of truth, not the suppression of it. And those of you who are involved in the climate change issue know that it is the goal of the international community, those who believe in the Rousseau socialist philosophy of governance. It is their chief objective to suppress truth in order for the propaganda to prevail that supports their power.
As you said, that strap in, like tighten your seatbelt. It's going to be crazy.
In a document called The First Global Revolution, authored by Alexander King and Bertrand Schneider, on pages 104 and 105, it stated, "In searching for a new enemy to unite us, we came up with the idea that pollution, the threat of global warming, water shortages, famine and the like would fit the bill. All these dangers, of course, will be caused by human intervention that will require a global response." That's the origin of global warming, ladies and gentlemen.
Some people involved may actually have a pure heart and believe in it the way you do. Most do not. Those who want more government controls are never going to come out and say it. They've got to trick you into it. But the more you follow the usual suspects, the more you'll recognize their hallmarks, the more you can ring the bell and protect your own community.
there should be a better coordination between the United Nations Central Organization and things like the UNDP and its organs and the World Bank and the IMF, which have drifted way apart from the original intention, which was to work in coordination with the United Nations rather than be totally independent, rather arrogant, looking down the nose at what these people did up in New York while we ran the world essentially through our big money pockets. I just hope that in 5 to 10 years' time, we will be at the bottom end of a political leadership trough at the moment. I'm hoping it will come up and we will get political leadership. But we need international structures of far greater power and authority and respect.
That I have a pretty straightforward answer. It depends on whether Donald Trump is re-elected as US president next year or not.
In a document called The First Global Revolution, authored by Alexander King and Bertrand Schneider, on pages 104 and 100.
Excuse me while I butt in here for just a second, but I forgot to wish everyone a Happy New Year, and I definitely do wish everyone a Happy New Year. So Happy New Year, guys. I hope y'all didn't get too drunk last night or anything. If you did, well, you know, this is a perfect place to rest and recuperate from your hangover.
105, it stated, in searching for a new enemy to unite us, we came up with the idea that pollution, the threat of global warming, water shortages, famine and the like would fit the bill. All these dangers, of course, will be caused by human intervention that will require a global response. That's the origin of global warming, ladies and gentlemen.
Peter, what are we seeing on this wall?
Well, you're seeing the history of much of the last 60 years in terms of technology and ideas that have had a huge impact in the world. Jay Forrester passed away last fall, and about 3 weeks ago, we had a celebration here of his life. So this goes from the 1930s, in his early, life, 40s. He was actually, if anybody could be called the inventor of the modern digital computer, Jay would be it. He led the team at MIT that built the first general purpose digital computer. That's stuff you see over here. How IBM got involved. IBM was their contractor. That's how IBM got into computation, into digital computers.
It's not some science fantasy effect from 2001. This electronic display emanating from Australia's largest computer is a picture of the condition, past, present and future of planet Earth. The program was originally devised by a scientist working from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Jay Forrester. It was developed under the auspices of the Club of Rome by an MIT research team to present a complex model of the world and what we humans are doing to it. The program, called World One, doesn't pretend to be a precise forecast. What it does for the first time in man's history on the planet is to look at the world as one system. It shows that Earth cannot sustain present population and industrial growth for much more than a few decades. It shows that simply cleaning up our car exhausts and making some small effort to limit our families simply isn't enough. It's like an electronic guided tour of our global behavior since 1900. And where that behavior will lead us. Well, this is the printed version of what we've just seen on the television screen. What looks at first to be just a maze of computer characteristics is really a system of very simple graphs which project what's going to happen to the planet over the next 150 years if we don't do something drastic to stop it. Down the left-hand side of the graph is the date, 1900, 1940, 1980, 2020, right down to 2060. Now, each of these lines of letters represents a curve showing some aspect of the condition of the planet. The further out this way they go, the greater that figure is. The further this way, the less. For example, P.
Buff, what king are you talking about quit? You say the king quit, I heard. Which king? King of England? I hadn't saw that yet, but whichever one it was, you can bet they most likely weren't a good guy.
E represents population. So here it is at 1900, and then it comes up to 1940. It starts to take off. Here we are at 1980, up to the turn of the century, and then it starts to peter off. Let's now have a look at this next curve, the Q curve, which is the quality of life. And this is represented by, for example, the amount of space people have, the amount of money they have to spend, the amount of food they have to eat.
Sorry to keep stopping, but if Buff's right and he quit, I got to tell you, that's some very, very good news. If he stepped down, that's to me, that's wonderful news. And I'm sure all y'all know why, but anyway, it just leads to a lot of people being freer sooner.
Now, it increases rapidly up to 1940, but from 1940 on, the quality of life diminishes. And here we are about the turn of the century, and we come up to the year 2020, and it's really come right back. More people, of course, means that you start to chew up your supply of natural resources. And this is this curve here, the N curve, that shows that slowly but steadily, the pool of natural wealth in the world, natural resources, minerals, oil, and so on, is slowly but steadily diminishing. So this is the situation. As population increases, the quality of life decreases, and the supply of natural resources decreases. But have a look at this curve here. This is called the Z curve, and it represents pollution. Now, predictably enough, as the population increases up to 1980, pollution increases. There's more rubbish. But from 1980 to the year 2020, pollution really takes off. This is assuming, of course, that we don't do anything about it. So the year 2020, the condition of the planet starts to become highly critical. And if we don't do anything about it, this is what's going to happen. The quality of life is going to go right back to practically zero. Pollution is going to become so serious, right out here, that it will start to kill people. So the population will diminish. Right back here, less than it was in the year 1900. And at this stage, around about the year 2040, 2050, civilized life as we know it on this planet will cease to exist. Well, hopefully, of course, it won't be allowed to happen. But it's taken this kind of shock treatment to nudge governments into doing something.
So one of the kind of milestones captured in Kelby's wall here is a book called World Dynamics, which led to another book, the popularized version called The Limits to Growth. It was the first complete model of the global industrialization process, how economic growth interacts with all the environmental and social constraints. So today, virtually all the issues we talk about in the general heading of sustainability were foreshadowed.
I came back to MIT, walked into the office on Monday, and it was announced that a group I never heard about before, the Club of Rome, would be coming to MIT to learn about our computer modeling methods because they were interested in doing some kind of global study.
In 1972, Dennis Meadows was the first to be assigned with such future studies, financed by Volkswagen Foundation.
Then I put together a team of 16 people, and we worked for almost 2 years and produced the work. Limits to Growth was not the goal of the project. The goal was a very big scientific report, and Limits was written as a afterthought. What we said is that exponential growth will take us to the limits very soon. Actually, if you look at our book, our 1972 book, although we showed many different scenarios, all of them show that growth stops sometime in the period of 2020 to, let's say, 2060. So soon.
This little sketch here is the first world dynamics model that Jay sketched out sitting in an airplane seat flying back from Germany, where the Volkswagen Foundation had hosted the first gathering of what became the Club of Rome. The Club of Rome, which still exists, was the sponsor of the Limits to Growth project. Jay sketched out the model, the systematics model, the airplane flight back. And
thank you, Tiff. I got that link, and I'll be reading a little bit of it when this goes off. Thank you, Tiff.
And about 2 or 3 months later, he had a simulated model, and about 2 or 3 months after that, a book. That was kind of midway in Jay's career, and the right half of this really chases out the second half, the last 40 years. Jay lived to be 98 years old, where a lot of us got involved. So a lot of these sustainability issues, the seeds were planted back here with the Limits to Growth. But then on the right side of the wall, you see the work on climate change. You see the work on education. We'll talk maybe a little later about the Global Sustainable Food Laboratory. This whole unfolding that kind of occurred as a consequence of the kind of seeds Jay had planted. It's quite remarkable.
The Club of Rome has been described as a crisis think tank, which specialises in crisis creation. The main purpose of this think tank was to formulate a crisis that would unite the world and condition us to the idea of global solutions to local problems.
You know, again, it's easy to criticize, but if you think we're trying to invent something that's never existed, which is, you might say, a commons-based, socially oriented and sensitive governance structures that can function globally as well as locally, and how to create a new harmonious ecosystem between the local and the global.
You disturb the system over this threshold of the so-called tipping points. At the end of the century, we will have about 2 billion people living on Earth.
Food production is, of course, what we're really going to suffer from.
Rather than 9 billion, which is the usual number used in demographics.
Hello, Gypsy Lizzie.
We will lose soil, erosion, desertification, and we won't have the phosphate to feed 9 billion people. So it will be far less.
More than 11,000 scientists signed a petition calling for population control as a means of combating climate change. In an article published Tuesday in the journal Bioscience, the scientists wrote that planet Earth is, quote, facing a climate emergency. They argued that population control was a necessary response to this emergency, writing, quote, the world population must be stabilized and ideally gradually reduced. This ideology is dangerous because it suggests that reducing the human population is the best solution to our problems. But the petition presents no facts or data to support its claim that the human population is the cause of shrinking ice caps, rising ocean levels, and an increase in the average global surface temperature. And it doesn't show any data to prove that reducing human population could help the planet. That's just bad science. And who gets to decide which populations are controlled? The UN, individual countries, global intellectual elites,
The myth of overpopulation originated in England in 1798, when a vicar named Thomas Malthus, who fancied himself something of a mathematician, saw that food production increased incrementally, but people reproduced exponentially. He sat down and did some simple math, and summarily decided that the world would be out of food by 1890. He blamed reduced mortality rates, and recommended killing off the have-nots of society, lest the haves starve to death. This cry was taken up by Paul Ehrlich of Stanford University in 1968, who claimed that reckless human reproduction had overwhelmed the Earth. Massive famines would result, which would destroy, best-case scenario, 1/5 of humanity by the end of the 70s. And the planet would follow. This fear produced large donations for the newly created UNFPA, which thrives on an imagined crisis that has been both imminent and rescheduled again and again over the past 2 centuries. The truth of the matter is that every family on this planet could have a house with a yard and all live together on a landmass the size of Texas, which is really just a small corner of the planet. The population of Earth will peak in 30 years and then start to go back down. We're not overpopulated. Do the math.
For years, there's been a push to shove birth control and abortion down the throats of women in developing countries who don't want either, by the way. We don't get to pick who is desirable or useful enough to reproduce and who should be restricted in the name of the global common good. That's called eugenics, and it can lead down a slippery slope to things like ethnic cleansing and genocide. Genocide.
This is the new hockey stick, and the skyrocketing of the purple line tells us that the parallelity between CO2 concentration and temperature is an automatism.
How did we get to focus on CO2 as being this tipping point, the culprit?
Because it's something we do ourselves. That's what makes it special. It is human activity. The fact is that CO2 is so beneficial in other ways. It would be crazy to try to reduce it.
We have to develop a completely different energy system around the world. We have to get rid of carbon as soon as possible. And the challenge is to invest, to research, and to develop, and to educate the world in that direction.
Global warming is merely the latest environmental scare with the exact same solutions going back 50 years. In other words, it doesn't really matter what the science of global warming. They actually have quotes. Their main figures say that. The EU climate commissioner said, even if we're wrong on the science, we're doing the right thing by policy. What is that policy? The UN climate chief explicitly stated, and I interviewed her on this, we seek a centralized transformation that will make life on planet Earth very different for everyone. That's the UN climate chief's explicit goal. Her assistant, a guy named Edenhofer, actually said, we will redistribute wealth by climate policy. This is not even about environmental policy anymore. They're openly talking about it. They talk about global governance,
We gradually grow in understanding. Mark my words, we do. But of course, the resistance also grows. And there is a very strange phenomenon, which is that for every so-called scientific fact, we need another opinion. Why do we need that? Because the media demand so.
We've got to remember we have to be faithful as scientists. In a lot of cases, people have written that it's okay that the end justifies the means. We can make up these scary scenarios so people will listen to us, people will act. I don't think that's moral. I think we have to tell the truth as scientists. If you want to be an activist, take off your scientist hat, then make a statement as a public servant. That's no problem at all. But you cannot divorce the truth from the debate. That is the important component.
But we should be arguing about the right things, not is there or is there not climate change. Is what's the deliberate impact of this change or this change or this change, knowing that we need to decarbonize our economies and that we're a sense of working on it together around the world. I think this particular decade, the one critical thing that I feel could really happen is we start to feel we're in it together.
We have 12 years to radically transform our economy and our society to stop this crisis and protect human civilization as we know it.
This is about humanity. That's why we demand a new Green Deal, and we demand it right now.
People will vote if there is something worth voting for. And a Green New Deal is exactly what that is. Thank you all so much. Let's organize together. Don't settle for less.
They don't want to argue on the merits their policies. In other words, the Green New Deal, they just admitted, AOC's chief of staff said this was never about the climate. This was a increase the government kind of thing, a change the whole economy type of thing. Her former chief of staff, campaign manager, actually said a similar thing, that this was.
And remember, we are carbon. Human beings are carbon. So when they're talking about getting rid of carbon, you know, wouldn't that include getting rid of us? Simply because we are carbon. Just saying.
It's actually not about the climate. They're openly admitting that. They don't want to argue their points on the merit. Instead, so they use subterfuge. We only have 12 years left. We're facing a climate emergency as cities and colleges are now comically declaring that across the world. So they don't have to deal with it. That's how global warming becomes part of the agenda tool for the regulatory state.
They've introduced through the Democratic Party and a lady called Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who's kind of the progressive poster girl at the moment, something called the Green New Deal. And the Green New Deal is basically what I'm talking about. It's the centralization of power to save the world. Now, once you centralize
Good night,
power,
butterfly.
And this is what Marxism does, this is what fascism does, which are basically expressions of the same thing if we really look at them. Once you centralize power, you are creating a very simple situation. You are giving control over the vast majority to a tiny few. And you are hoping that they're benevolent. You're hoping that they will use that power wisely. History tells us they never do. Once you have centralization of power, you have abuse of power. And what we've been looking at through human history is the incessant centralization of power. We were in tribes once. Loads of tribes were brought together under nations. Now they're bringing loads of nations together under the European Union. And now they're talking about wanting a world government, which is what I predicted they would want 30 years ago. And we're in a situation now where globalization is the total expression of what I'm talking about, where the number of people who hold the real center of power in the world, never mind Britain, is tiny. It's tiny.
Assuming we actually face the climate emergency, we would all be doomed if we had to rely on the EPA and the United Nations or the Green New Deal to save us.
No shit.
So it's a way to transform the economy, massive wealth redistribution, massive central planning, with literally bean counters affecting every aspect of your life.
And this is the result, Madam Acting Deputy President, of federal agreements with UN treaties, protocols, declarations, agreements, such as the 1975 Lima Declaration. And then we had in 1992, the UN's Rio Declaration for 21st Century Global Governance. Then we had the 1996 UN Kyoto Agreement, which I've discussed, which led to the theft of property rights. Then we have the 2015 UN Paris Agreement. That was not an agreement, just an agreement for every nation to do what they wanted to do.
This is a massive movement, and its real intentions are being masked with environmental issues. The bad news is this structure was set up by those who want to establish a global government system. They've set this structure up years ago. This is why I keep saying to you, you don't have any idea how far behind we really are. Far behind.
Yeah, I think the first real awakening is like what we always say when people play the climate simulation, the Sea Roads climate interactive simulation. If you really watch how that works, you come to one overarching conclusion. One, we got to get going, and however fast we're going, we got to go faster. Faster. But two, it's about everybody. You know, it is ultimately about the underdeveloped world, because if they stay on the same path as the developed world, in 30 years, they start to become significant emitters.
Morality is improving the lives of people. That means inexpensive and ready access to food, to energy. From that perspective, the policies proposed are the essence of immorality. And I find it truly bizarre. Here's somebody who's distorting science, following the path of fascists in the past, who is proposing policies that will be harmful for millions of people. And he assumes he has the moral high ground, and the people who are opposing this don't seem to recognize they hold the moral high ground.
I predict, this is my sincere prediction, that 10 years from now, certainly 20 years from now, people will look back on this and they'll say, what the hell was going on? What got into these people? Why did the world turn crazy about global warming?
Yeah, I think New York got 2 or 3 of them, didn't they? See, it was New York. I read that, but I don't remember what it was. I know a couple of them around New York, earthquakes that is, and then 1 or 2 in another state, but I can't remember where that was at.
It's a non-problem. It's fiction.
Environmental groups have effectively created a public image as organizations caring for helpless species and protecting environments. This has allowed them to implement an agenda in America that, if fully exposed, would be opposed by the majority of the people.
Well, half these people in this video here are for they are the globalists, you know, and the other half that are talking are not. Just you'll be able to pick them out.
In fact, most people supporting these organizations are not aware of their long-term objective, even though it is no secret.
I'd now like to quote from the UN Agenda 21 book that is driving this. Maurice Strong, the Secretary General of the United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, he said, quote, in the preface, in the foreword to this instruction, "There is much to be done, and I look to the new United Nations Commission on Sustainable Development to be the focal point for the massive effort needed to create the new era of international cooperation."
Welcome,
for the
Debbie
new
Kennedy.
global partnership that will make this shift possible. So we're talking here about a global governance from the UN. Agenda 21 stands as a comprehensive, this is the UN's words, Agenda 21 stands as a comprehensive blueprint for action to be taken globally from now into the 21st century by governments, United Nations organizations, development agencies, non-governmental organizations, and independent sectors.
One more time here. I apologize for keeping on interrupting here, but Williams got I got that comment of Williams on the screen right now, and Indy is having a live on the 5th, and I plan on being with her that night, at least for a while, and maybe I can tug, pull, and yank Big Chap up there with me. I don't know. I'm going to try to, but we'll see. Hope you come up for a while too, Chap, up on Indy's Friday night.
Groups in every area in which human activity impacts on the environment. And that means every area of human livelihood, human existence. The agenda, it goes on to say, the agenda should be studied in conjunction with both the Rio Declaration, which provides a context for its specific proposals, and the Statement of Forest Principles, which is embraced by the UN. It is hoped that the Forest Principles will form the basis for a future international level agreement. The United Nations and Maurice Strong, who was the head of that entity at that time, that particular part of the UN, has admitted to pushing for an unelected socialist global governance.
In September 2015, all 193 UN member states adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. They recognize that ending poverty calls for transforming our world through strategies that build economic growth, address social needs, and ensure environmental protection. To achieve this vision, 17 Sustainable Development Goals, known as SDGs, were defined as part of the 2030 Agenda. The SDGs and their targets balance the three dimensions of sustainable development: economic, social, and environmental, working in partnerships and calling for action by all countries. The goals are integrated and indivisible.
Take a look at the wildlands map. It defines where environmentalists want to take America in the very near future. The areas in red will be off limits to humans. The areas in yellow represent buffer zones, where limited use is allowed primarily to travel to and from populated areas. The areas in green are where normal use by humans will be allowed. However, by the environmentalists' own admission, these normal use areas would be restricted. When this plan was first published in 1992, the author, Reed Noss, explained how their agenda would affect the human population. He stated, eventually a wilderness network would dominate a region and thus would itself constitute the matrix, with human habitations being the islands.
At European level, landowners' interests are represented in Brussels by the European Landowners Organization. Restoring biodiversity is one of the group's concerns.
The ELO has become involved in Natura 2000 because it represents one of the most essential aspects of the life of rural landowners who have always developed and respected the quality of the environment. Even if Natura 2000 can be a constraint, it offers many opportunities, and that is what we try to highlight and develop by participating with civil society, NGOs, and political leaders in the development of a sustainable network acceptable to all the partners.
Preserving or restoring biodiversity and the ecosystem in different habitats, from the countryside to mountains to the marine environment. That is the main objective of the European Natura 2000 network.
I think it's fair to say that if Natura 2000 didn't exist, in fact I'm definite of this, I would not be sitting here now. And the reason why I say that is because I got involved in European politics because we had a situation in Ireland whereby we had a top-down decision imposed on us without any consultation. That's the way we seen it on the ground. And the first time many of my neighbours heard of Natura 2000 was when the police were threatening to arrest them for taking fuel from their bogs. Now, some people mightn't think that's the best way to get fuel for your house, but we had done it for hundreds of years. You can argue whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, but we were doing it. And that's the way we heated our house. And I would now be speaking with an English or a London accent if it wasn't for that method of producing fuel, because my father, in some people's eyes, would be the ultimate sinner. He brought it home for people. So you can imagine our shock and horror when we discovered that we would potentially face a €500,000 fine and up to 5 years in prison, longer than in many cases you get for rape in my country, for doing something we had done for centuries. We can argue whether it's wrong or right, but that's not what I'm arguing. I'm having a discussion here or trying to tease out how this would work better. And I tell you for definite, it would have worked better if people had been consulted with in advance, and they were not consulted. And it resulted in a situation, and hopefully people can learn from this, where we had hundreds and hundreds of people in a bog one night, with members of our police force, with machine guns, with assault rifles, attempting to stop people using their land. Whether they're right or wrong to use it, we can have that debate, but I think we would have to conclude that the implementation didn't go too well.
Seizing private property. You may have heard of eminent domain, whereby the government, federal, state, or local, can seize private property if there is a need for the public good, they say. Now, the government has to pay for it, but they can take it away from its rightful owner if the rightful owner won't sell.
This ordinance is the biggest threat our 100-year-old family farm has ever faced. It imposes unnecessary regulations on our land that will mandate a conservation easement with no compensation. The precedent that this sets is that the government can come in and take away private land with zero compensation. It's un-American.
Kettleheads, welcome, brother.
The abolition of private property. We see that beginning to happen right now. Roads are being closed. Forests are being more limited. And the idea here is that you stack and pack people in metropolitan areas. You put them on public transportation, and you never let them outside. So the wildlands gets protected in that fashion. This is why the pressure is mounting on landowners across America. Soon that battle is going to shift into suburban neighborhoods, and the battle for the resettlement of our suburban neighborhoods will begin. Agenda 21 will not stop its process until all the world is collectivized. Human beings are to be congregated in smart growth communities. That's why you see in every community in California and across the country the push for walkable communities, which means you live on the 20th floor and you walk downstairs, where smart growth cages are really built for the American citizens. And we thought the one way in.
Hello, beautiful Indy, and welcome, girl. Good to see you, Indy.
The one way out of Polish cities was a dangerous mistake. Well, smart growth is designed to take control over all human action. Now, a subset of the Wildlands Project allows for certain limited uses by certain special people. not to include the general public. But in general, the wildlands, as opposed to the smart growth proposals, which have to do with metropolitan development, the Wildlands Project is the idea to suck all the people into these metropolitan areas and to leave the wildlands free for the animals to roam. South San Jose is a good example of what's become, or is becoming, a wildlands project. South San Jose is called the Coyote Valley. And gee, some coyotes like to cross that valley and some other animals as well. And so that's off limits to development. And we're seeing that kind of activity happening everywhere across this country. And it's only going to get a lot more profound as time moves along. Wildlands Project is a massive undertaking. Take rural lands and put it off limits to human beings. World government is the program behind the Democrat Party and Republican Party sponsored Agenda 21 program. Your local politicians are paid by parties who support the globalization, including the destruction of America. Because the programs of sustainable development have been in process for a lot longer than simply since 1992. But the acceleration since then has been overwhelming.
Anybody here heard about Agenda 21? Well, some. You need to all know about it. It's a code phrase. It's the title of the
The beautiful Miss Minder Sue is here. Hello, Miss Minder Sue. Good to see you, girl, and welcome.
program for collectivism, global collectivism, which was designed at the United Nations and is being implemented as we speak in every country of the world, at least where the UN has an interest in implementing it, in the more advanced nations. And it's being done under the guise of environmentalism. They're using the label of let's be concerned about our planet Earth. Our planet Earth is being destroyed. We're losing our natural resources. Everything is going bad in the environment. We've got global warming. We've got all these things. We've got pollution. So therefore, what we need is more laws. Surprise. More laws, and especially at the international level, to regulate and control these things and take away the personal freedoms that you and I have over our own property, because we need to do it for the greater good of the greater number. We need to do it to save the world. And it's being coordinated at the United Nations.
No one, not even the longtime opponents of the environmental movement, believed such a transforming agenda was possible. However, it is being implemented quickly through innocent-sounding programs that most Americans support. Wilderness areas, critical habitat for endangered species, wetlands, roadless areas, national heritage areas, and other restrictive programs are sold to the public as necessary to protect nature, or as assurance that Americans will always have a place to escape from the heavily populated cities. More inventive tools and programs, such as conservation easements, smart growth, open space, and greenlining, are being promoted as a way to control growth. What all these programs have in common is extinguishing the private property rights of American citizens and transferring the control of the property to elite land trusts or directly to the government. It will not take the 80 to 100 years they originally projected to complete their task. They are much closer to achieving their goal than anyone realizes. Environmentalists have scared Americans into thinking that if we continue to live as we are today, the Earth will self-destruct, species will die, and the globe will be covered with development. However, government data shows that only 6% of America's landmass is currently developed. Only 3% of America is classified as urban. Yet 77% of all Americans live in these urban areas. The rest is still largely untouched by humans. The problem is not that our nation is being overdeveloped. The problem is as old as time. It is about who will own the land. Large amounts of the nation's natural resources are still owned by private citizens. America's founders vehemently opposed the concept of government or elitists owning the land in America, which would result in the citizens being leaseholders and serfs. One of the most well-known property rights advocate of our time, Wayne Hage, said it best. Either you have the right to own property or you are property. Make no mistake, This battle is not about whether the land will be used, resources extracted, and wealth created, but by whom. Karl Marx wrote in the Communist Manifesto, "The theory of the communist may be summed up in the single sentence, abolition of private property." America's founding father, John Adams, stated, "Property must be secured or liberty cannot exist." Which course will America take? Environmentalists are counting on their agenda never being fully revealed. Taking liberty is committed to seeing that it is.
Welcome.
Their plan must be stopped before all of our liberty is taken.
Welcome, Fred. And I think that's about all of that one. In the meantime, let me say hello to Hawk. Good to see you, Hawk. Welcome, brother. And Miss Lisa Anderson. Welcome, Lisa. Good to see you, girl. Miss Minder Sue is here, too. I know I said hello to her, but I'll say it again. And Fred, let's see, what was his handle? Fred, there he is, right there. Fred 509, Washington, North Dakota. I guess it's what it stands for. Welcome, Fred. Good to see you, brother. And anyone else I might have missed, welcome to everyone. The more we can get in here, the better off we are. At least that's the way I look at it. And as always, welcome to my buddy, Big Chap. Good to see you, Chap. Chap's always around. Even when he's not around, he's still around. I mean, he just gets around. All right, so let me go up here to the King Charles story and read a little bit of that. It's asking me to accept cookies, but I ain't going to accept no cookies if I can get away with it. All right, King Charles may follow Danish Queen's lead and pass crown to William early. Well, wouldn't surprise me none. King Charles could follow the Danish monarch's suit and abdicate early, passing the throne to William and Kate while they're still young, an expert claims. Now, I don't know if y'all remember or not, but I told her a while back that William is actually the son of King Juan Carlos of Spain. So, I mean, that's the report that's going around. I'm just telling you. And news of Queen Margith's announcement she will abdicate on her 52nd year as queen has been received exceptionally well by Denmark's public. I bet it was. Despite her popularity as monarch, the 83-year-old made the shock announcement in her New Year's speech, revealing how recent back surgery made her rethink her position. Yeah, now what could be? I mean, how could back surgery have anything to do with being a queen or a king? You don't do anything anyway. After the late Queen Elizabeth, Margith is also the world's longest-serving female monarch, but her time on the throne will come to an end on January the 14th, as she hands the reins over to Crown Prince Frederick and his wife, Princess Mary. In Sunday's televised announcement, the Queen said the surgery naturally gave rise to thinking about the future, where the time had come to leave the responsibility to the next generation. I have decided that now is the right time. On 14th January 2024, 52 years after I succeeded my beloved father, I will step down as Queen of Denmark. Well, Now experts believe the positive response to the shock abdication could prompt King Charles to think about his own reign. Despite him being on the throne for fewer than 18 months, some think it's possible he could step down after a few years and hand it to William and Kate while they are young. I bet he don't wait no few years. I mean, there's the Queen of Denmark. She must be running low on the A stuff, you know. Royal biographer Phil Dampler said Charles may be influenced by Queen Margith's move, as well as the fact that Prince and Princess of Wales are very friendly with Crown Prince Frederick and Crown Princess Mary. Mr. Dampier told Mail Online, "It must make you wonder if in 5 or 10 years' time, King Charles might think about doing the same if his health suffers, or he just thinks it's a good time to pass it on to William and Kate while they're still young." He added, "Our late Queen would never abdicate because of what happened in 1936 when her uncle abdicated and her father came to the throne. But times change. Meanwhile, some royal commentators believe Queen Margith's decision was connected to recent scandal over affair rumors circling around Frederick and Mary's marriage. Pictures were published several weeks ago of the Crown Prince out with Mexican socialite Genoveva Casanova. Oh, so her last name is Casanova. I bet she's a little lover and a half. In Madrid, Princess Mary was also spotted in tears shortly before Christmas and published a cryptic post online about loneliness. The royal household refused to comment on the rumors, which Miss Casanova later slammed as false and malicious. The Australian-born princess is hugely popular with the Danes and is frequently compared to Princess Kate, with whom she is said to be good friends. Royal commentator Richard Fitzwilliams, meanwhile, said Queen Margith may have taken steps to ensure the monarchy was not seen as out of date, something which Charles has been known to be keen on ensuring with his own reign. That's enough. That's hard enough for me to read when I can see it good. And I can't see that very good. So let me see what this in here was. That's the one I just read. Oh yeah, this is the one I wanted to show next. Anybody come in while I was reading? Wouldn't hurt my feelings if they did, but you know. Let's see what Chris the Cat said there. Please subscribe and like. And it wouldn't hurt my feelings if y'all wanted to share it out somewhere. I don't see anyone new come in, but it could have slipped by me. Yeah, I am feeling better. Lisa, thank you. Definitely am. You know, I got one thing about taking RSO is, at least for me, you know, I've never known anyone else to take it except for Hawk. But for me, is the only drawback. I mean, it does definitely help me sleep. But then, you know, the next day, for most of the day, I've got I don't know, I guess you call it a hangover from it. I don't know what else to call it. But other than that, I mean, yeah, I'm feeling pretty darn good. You know, it's just that getting used to that hangover, you know, and dealing with it. Which is, I got to tell you, it's hard to do. Because with me, I'm not dizzy, but it gives me this, you know, wobbly feeling, like kind of like the room is moving, or, you know, like my legs are made of rubber or something. It's a trick to deal with. Hawk says it'll go away the more you use it. I'm hoping so. And I have stepped up, you know, the dosage on it. So, you know, from the half a grain, now I'm up to a full grain. So I'm sure that has a little something to do with it too. It's definitely a fog, Ricky, no doubt about it. Yeah, but like I say, for me, it just makes my legs feel rubbery. Well, and it could be LSP, but I just know that when it didn't start doing that until I started using the, you know, till I went up in strength. So, you know, if it keeps doing that, I will have to get checked out to see if there's anything else going on. God, I hope not. I got enough going on now. But any old ways. But thank you to Hawk again for the RSO, and to Chap for that he sent. Let's see now which one I want to do. There we go. I can't remember if I played this before or not. So if I have, and y'all remember, well, and that's as big as it'll go, so it'll just be half the screen, I guess. So
warning, I chain smoke and I say fuck a lot, but I accept myself for the way I am. I accept you too. Viewer discretion advised. From an open secret on Twitter,
Chris Cornell was the main financial backer for a documentary, The Silent Children, about child sex trafficking. After he died, the project was canceled. Chester Bennington was going to appear in the documentary. His band, Linkin Park, was going to contribute music.
The Silent Children Introduction. The Silent Children will be a long-form documentary film with a compelling and original point of view. Drawing upon the unique talents and experience of its filmmaker, it will take the viewer deep into a world that exposes the truths of child sexploitation and human trafficking. In keeping with the great tradition of hard-hitting investigative film journalism, and through privileged access, the film will follow several never-seen-before scenarios, ranging from shocking expose to uplifting redemption. Our approach will always be fresh and engaging. As we send field teams to film in distant locations, we will deal with subject matter that presents a worldview of this growing humanitarian crisis. Traffic Jam unleashes music to stop child trafficking. The ability to work musicians into the documentary will help to give other identifiable voices for these children. For example, Pat Benatar said that her Hell is for Children song is about child abuse. There are many artists that have written similar type songs, or who simply want to speak up for the children. Given the right songs or talking points, artist vignettes can offer good transition from one episode to another in the documentary. Often a good story isn't enough. The inclusion of artists, both in the soundtrack and with vignettes in the movie, will add a lot more sizzle, media interest, and potential viewership. Some of those artists involved might include the Dave Matthews Band, Rolling Stones, Sheryl Crow, John Mayer, Linkin Park, etc. The Silent Children. They still have a website up, thesilentchildren.com, and there's actually still a video up on it. It takes some clips, but I'll leave a link if you want to watch the whole thing.
What? Hello? You want to watch chaos? Watch this. My name is Paul. What is your name? Jamie. Hi.
My name's Paul Myhill. Ever since I was a young man, I've been a world traveler. As a kid, I was a fast tracker, plunged headfirst into entrepreneurial ventures. With all the success, I was losing a sense of significance, my place in.
So, Buff, you're saying that I have shown this one before. I mean, I don't remember right off the top of my head, but probably have. I've shown so many I can't remember them all. But I don't know if you said I'll find it if you want. Is the one you're talking about the same as this one or another one? Now, yeah, if you find it, I'll play both of them. So yeah, go ahead and hunt her right on down. And I hadn't thought about what you said there a while ago, LSP, about the, cannabis dropping blood sugar. But it makes perfect sense. So that's more than likely what it is. Thanks for letting me know that.
In the world. My first real taste of suffering children came on a visit to Uganda in the 90s. A little girl named Peace, 2 years old, as fragile as balsa wood, was suffering from malaria, had lost her parents to AIDS. My wife and I took turns holding this little girl, wiping her brow, only to learn a couple of weeks later after returning to the United States.
Miss Linda, please tell Cindy D we're all thinking about her and we are praying for her. And we miss her in the chat.
Days that she didn't make it. And that little girl has left a lasting impression upon me. A person like little Peace should not have to die simply because she is born in the wrong quadrant of this globe, while we sit idly by chasing our toys, much like I used to do. There's a fair amount of places around the world where we put ourselves in a fair amount of risk. But our compassion for the children and asking the question, well, if not me, who? Who is going to stand in the gap and reach out to be an aid for these children? We're in Chisinau, Moldova right now, the 10th poorest nation in the world and certainly the most impoverished nation in all of Europe. For most people in the United States have never even heard of it. Moldova, known as the trafficking hub of this part of the world, population of a little over 4 million, and by some statistics, 400,000 of its people have been trafficked out.
This is the area where one of the head guys involved in human trafficking lives here, and nobody, police doesn't come this place. Okay. Just be careful. The cameras are on both sides of the house, and they see us. Be careful. Those guys are watching. It's a very known criminal area. If you come with a car, and they're trying to run away from you, this is the only way. No way to get out of here. If you know so much, these guys would love, or they want to kill you. Yeah. Because you know the names, you know a lot of stuff. That's why I call these girls that are really released from human trafficking. They're like submarines. They go deep and they don't say anybody anything. If they want to stay alive.
Those guys are living close to this railroad and are having girls transported
from this area. Connects Moldova to Romania, to Ukraine, and to the port in Ukraine on Odessa.
We're standing in one of Istanbul's port areas. Girls from Ukraine, Romania, Moldova, Transnistria are shipped to Turkey into the sex trade here, either as a destination point or as a transit point. The girls are actually put onto containers, and if you can imagine having a 32-hour plus ride in a container to then be let out and to then suffer the exploitation that occurs afterwards.
The Turkish mafia basically rented a whole hotel, took these girls to this hotel, impregnated them, and the babies were then taken to have their organs harvested. Can you imagine the depth of depravity that it takes to take a poor child in an orphanage who's already lost their parents or already been abandoned, to then take them to a place of being raped, to then see that same child bear a child and maybe finally feeling like, gosh, I've accomplished something. Here's offspring, of my womb, to only then have that child ripped away to be harvested. And you've got rich.
So, Van, good to see you, brother.
The Emirates and Turkey and other countries of affluence, and they've got a dying child. They don't care about the child in a poor developing world. All they care about is they want to save the life of their child. They don't care how that heart, how that liver, how that kidney comes. All they care about is their child. And there's men who are willing to facilitate that.
I'm just across the border in northern Thailand, actually in Burma, and the sign behind me pretty much says it all. An exhortation to not sell your children, to not see your children be placed into domestic servitude, to beat and abuse them, and to also see them in a situation of child prostitution, sexual slavery.
A lot of these countries we work in, these kids graduate or age out of these institutional orphanages, often corrupt institutional orphanages, where even the directors will call the traffickers and let them know when certain kids are being released. I'm now involved in a campaign, Traffic Jam. We're seeking to unite musicians and their fans to jam up child trafficking around the world, while also jamming to make a difference. We've got a lot of artists that have given us signed instruments as part of this Instruments of Change program. I've got a beautiful guitar here that was donated to us by Dave Matthews. He signed it. He's put some pretty incredible artwork on it here because he believes in this cause, and he believes that this instrument can be an instrument of change. Just a stroke of a pen can break the chains of slavery for a child.
And for more info about the Chris Cornell death and everything, I would suggest going over to Mr. Self-Destruct UK's site and subscribing, because he has about 5 videos combining blind items like I do and everything else with a cool accent. Check him out.
Well, hello again, friends. Been a busy week, hasn't it? Like I said before, yeah, it didn't take long for Vicky and her co-host to hit the news yet again. But before we're looking at that, we're going to have a look at an open secret in the bombshell that they dropped, which is brilliant, by the way, because it ties in with everything that I've been saying. You see, I think this is totally brilliant. This just proves the fact that Chris and Chester was going to be doing something with the abused children that Geffen and Franco had abused. See, as you know, some of the children came forward to Chester and Chris
and said they had been abused by people that they too had known, who turned out to be David Geffen and James Franco.
Fucking stoned.
I got a motherfucking spaceship. Oh, fuck. Cool, I got it.
And that's the last of that one. And Buff hadn't got back with the other one yet, or I just saw him. I mean, I know that I do remember the video he's talking about. This was just kind of like a trailer for that one. But I did remember after watched it for a few minutes there. But anyways, we'll move right along. Let's see here. Well, I just wanted to throw this in here tonight. I haven't read it at all myself yet. It's raw intel. Let me get back up the top here. I was reading a little bit of it earlier, but anyway, find exactly what it is so I can tell you guys. I went farther down than I thought I did. All right, it says document is unclassified. It was declassified, so it was classified for a while. But anyway, it says procedures for the availability or dissemination of raw signals intelligence information by the National Security Agency under Section 2.3 of Executive Order 12333, raw signal intelligence availability procedures. And like I say, I'll put the link in the chat so that if y'all want to read it, well, you can, but I'm not going to read all that. Take me a week if I can find how to get back to my email. There it is. All right, and let me go over here and find it so I can get the link. I know it's in here somewhere. Just got to track it down. There it is right here. Got that. So now come back over here. And there's the link to the raw intel thing. It's a lot of reading. I'll just tell you that for sure. And like I said, I haven't read it myself yet because I was just too busy to do all that much reading today. Let's see. Okay, here you go. Buff found it. He found it. Well, I'll tell you what, if you think Buffering is not a video procuring dude and a half, you'd be wrong. Buff can definitely find the videos. I think he missed his calling in life, to be honest with you. That should have been what he done, for big channels or whatever. I mean, one's a whole lot bigger than mine. Let's see here. Absolutely, William. It certainly will be. All right, so let me see if I can find that in my mail now. Which one my mail is. Ain't yet. There we go. And here we go. This will be kind of the same thing, but different. I think, if I remember correctly. And I think I remember correctly. That's right. Let me know if it's too loud.
Hello? You want to watch chaos? Watch this.
Hello, Generally Specific. How you doing tonight?
My name is Paul. What is your name? Jamie. Hi.
My name's Paul Myhill. Ever since I was a young man, I've been a world traveler. As a kid, I was a fast tracker, plunged headfirst into entrepreneurial ventures.
Meemaw's Madhouse, welcome.
I was losing a sense of significance, my place in the world. My first real taste of suffering children came on a visit to Uganda in the 90s. A little girl named Peace, 2 years old, as fragile as balsa wood, was suffering from malaria, had lost her parents to AIDS.
Welcome, Stephanie
My
Jinx.
wife and I took turns holding this little girl.
And thank you, General
wiping her brow,
Specific.
only to learn a couple of weeks later after returning to the United States that she didn't make it. And that little girl has left a lasting impression.
Thank you,
upon
sir.
me. A person like Little Peace should not have to die simply because she is born in the wrong quadrant of this globe, while we sit idly by chasing our toys, much like I used to do. There's a fair amount of places around the world where we put ourselves in a fair amount of risk. But our compassion for the children and asking the question, well, if not me, who? Who is going to stand in the gap and reach out to be an aid for these children?
Hey, Ridge Runner. Good to see you, brother.
We're in Chisinau, Moldova right now, the 10th poorest nation in the world and certainly the most impoverished nation in all of Europe. Most people in the United States have never even heard of it. Moldova, known as the trafficking hub of this part of the world, population of a little over 4 million, and by some statistics, 400,000 of its people have been trafficked out.
This is the area where one of the head guys involved in human trafficking lives here, and nobody, police doesn't come this place. Okay. Just be careful to give cameras around to both sides of the house, and they see us. Make sure that those guys are watching. It's a very known criminal area. If you come with a car and you're trying to run away from here, this is the only way. No way to get out of here. If you know so much, these guys would love, but they want to kill you. Yeah. Because you know the names, you know a lot of stuff. That's why I call these girls that are really released from human trafficking. They're like submarines. They go deep and they don't say anybody anything if they want to stay alive.
Those guys are living close to this railroad and are having girls transported
from this area. Connects Moldova to Romania, to Ukraine, and to the port in Ukraine on Odessa.
We're standing in one of Istanbul's port areas. Girls from Ukraine, Romania, Moldova, Transnistria are shipped to Turkey into the sex trade here, either as a destination point or as a transit point. The girls are actually put onto containers. And if you can imagine having a 32-hour plus ride in a container to then be let out and to then suffer the exploitation that occurs afterwards.
The Turkish mafia basically rented a whole hotel, took these girls to this hotel, impregnated them, and the babies were then taken to have their organs harvested. Can you imagine the depth of depravity that it takes to take a...
I got to tell you, like Miss Minor said there, if you're in top chat, switch over to live chat, because that way you don't miss anybody's messages or anything. Switch from top to live chat if you're in top chat.
A poor child in an orphanage who's already lost their parents or already been abandoned, to then take them to a place of being raped, to then see that same child bear a child and maybe finally feeling like, gosh, I've accomplished something. Here's offspring, of my womb, to only then have that child ripped away to be harvested. And you've got rich people in the Emirates and Turkey and other countries of affluence, and they've got a dying child. They don't care about the child in a poor developing world. All they care about is they want to save the life of their child. They don't care how that heart, how that liver, how that kidney comes. All they care about is their child. And there's men who are willing to facilitate that.
Well, both of them would be right, generally speaking. I'm specific. Man, I get that mixed up every time. But at the top, wherever you're at, just go back up the top of the chat, and it'll say live or top chat. At least it should. And if you're in top chat, just switch over to. Now on my phone, it's got a bunch of little, I don't know, arrow-like things that you hit, and it switches you over to live.
It's warped. No one is immune. Women, children, boys, Southeast Asia, Indian subcontinent, Latin America, Eastern Europe. There is nobody that is immune and out of the grip of this evil.
So we're in Pattaya, Thailand, a area known for the sex tourism industry. A lot of people come here actually on an official sex tour. You can see one of the tour buses. Now he's got his hand on bare skin. It doesn't get more open than this. Hold on, this guy in the suspenders. Yeah. As we've walked this street here, it feels like a carnival atmosphere. What can only be described as a modern day Sodom and Gomorrah. Oh yeah. She was young. She was young. It's 5 a.m. in Patpong, one of Bangkok's prostitution districts. This bar beside me here has a rather offensive name, but the truth is that everything that goes on this street and many like it in Bangkok is truly offensive. There's 50 girls at 6 in the morning? Yes, sir.
But now happy hour. Happy hour, the first room.
No, don't have the door open. One of the things that really gets to me personally is a lot of these girls have numbers pinned to their chest, where a client would then pick out a girl by a number. They don't have a name, they don't have a history, they don't have a family. They're simply a number. They're a piece of meat to be put on display and chosen for butchering. It's a little after 7 in the morning, and the girls are still working out on the streets. It's a little early to be working this morning, isn't it?
Yeah, because in the nighttime the police are touching.
In the nighttime, the police are snatching the girls?
Touching.
Oh, touching. They abuse the girls. So you like to work the daytime to avoid the police? Just across the border in northern Thailand, actually in Burma, and the sign behind me pretty much says it all. An exhortation to not sell your children, to not see your children be placed into domestic servitude, to beat and abuse them, and to also see them in a situation of child prostitution, sexual slavery.
Imagine being sold into slavery for $10.
ไม่มีความสุขค่ะพ่อแม่ก็ต่างคนต่างแยกกันอยู่
My mother sold me for about 300 baht back behind the house, about $10.
The scars run deep, and it takes a loving home to be able to help mend some of those wounds.
In a lot of these countries we work in, these kids graduate or age out of these institutional orphanages, often corrupt institutional orphanages, where even the directors will call the traffickers and let them know when certain kids are being released. I'm now involved in a campaign, Traffic Jam. They're seeking to unite musicians and their fans to jam up child trafficking around the world while also jamming to make a difference. We've got a lot of artists that have given us signed instruments as part of this Instruments of Change program. I've got a beautiful guitar here that was donated to us by Dave Matthews. He signed it. He's put some pretty incredible artwork on it here because he believes in this cause, and he believes that this instrument can be an instrument of change. Just a stroke of a pen can break the chains of slavery for a child.
Hello. Wow, hi.
There's few things on this planet that elicit such a passionate response in people than the music they identify with and the causes they identify with, and to marry those together, there's power in that.
I have to mute it till they get past this, so I don't want to get a copyright claim again. I don't know why anybody anybody want to copyright claim that, but you know, they do. They took my last video down because of a copyright, well, many copyright claims on that one. I expected that. Sound like a sick cow to me, but that's just me. I hear your license. You know, either way, as long as folks are watching, it's fine with me. It's either one of them. Let's see if it stopped. Come on, get past this. I'll tell you what, I'll just jump on it for a little bit. Longest song in history. Dang.
What's up? I'm Chester.
And I'm Chris Cornell. Check out thebuzz.com for the hidden link that will score you a premium prize pack.
Nice.
A premium prize pack.
That means you're going to get a poster signed by somebody.
Yeah.
Probably Buster Rhymes.
Something premium.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
You might have heard of Cynthia Woods Mitchell. We're going to bring Project Revolution to the...
I have no idea what the name of that song was.
How much she inspires the lyrics that you write, and your kids, of course.
Vicky and my children kind of changed the direction of my songwriting, and I'm not sure it's ever really changed back. I mean, I've written so many songs sort of either in tribute to her or about things that that we've gone through together. Children changed my songwriting because there's sort of this new level of responsibility and stress almost. Like, until I had children, I didn't really give a shit about what happened to me necessarily. You know, I didn't feel afraid for my own future so much. Now I feel concerned for my future because I feel concerned for my children's future, and that kind of snuck its way into my songs. That sort of anxiety about what happens to the planet, what happens politically, what happens, just simply in the next 5 years, 10 years, what happens to the environment, all of that.
That's why you decided to write the song, The Promise, for this film, right?
That's one of the reasons, yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Enjoy the premiere.
Thank you.
What's up, Eric? Good to see you, brother. Welcome into the chat. Well, I hate to keep muting you, but I don't want to get another copyright strike or claim, not a strike. So I guess we just had to sit here and listen to me sing or sing, whatever the case may be. Let's see, what could I sing? Michael rowed a boat ashore, hallelujah. They still playing some guitars there. I have no idea if that is a song has been or music has been published or not, because it's not my type of music, but I know it's somebody's type of music. Anyway, there ain't no talking going on, just pictures right now, along with the music. Well, crud. What do y'all want to hear me sing? Come on, somebody give me a hint, a clue, something. That's it. Oh, sure, Eric. Sorry about that, brother. Yeah, let's see here. That's where I was at here.
And is giving away his billions now with the same determination that he made them in places like Haiti, a country that has less money in the bank than he does. Last month, he brought the First Lady with him for a look at some of the projects his foundation is funding.
This is Mr. George Soros, and he's going to be helping the hospital.
This year, Soros plans to give away almost $500 million around the world.
Well, let's get to our top story. The Haitian Prime Minister is calling 10 American missionaries kidnappers. Now, the missionaries are behind bars tonight in Haiti for child trafficking after allegedly trying to take 33 Haitian children into the Dominican Republic. And some of those kids thought they were just heading for camp and even said that their parents were still alive. Now, colleagues of the Baptist missionaries say it is just all a misunderstanding, that they were just trying to rescue Haitian orphans after the earthquake. Well, here to weigh in on this controversy is investigative reporter and RT contributor Wayne Matson. Wayne, I want to thank you for being here. So Haiti's authorities say that the missionaries were part of an illegal adoption scheme, but the pastor of the church says that they never meant to cause any trouble. What is your take on this?
Well, unfortunately, every time there's a disaster of the magnitude as the earthquake in Haiti, we see three types of individuals come in and prey on children who've been displaced. It happened in the tsunami in Southeast Asia. It happened in Chad in 2007, where a French group called Zoe's Ark came in and took children whose parents were still alive. Ostensibly, they said they were Darfur orphans. It happens every time. There's three different types of people that show up, unfortunately, on these scenes. There's the adoption mills, and that's what this group seems to be involved with, taking these children to the northern coast of the Dominican Republic, where there are plans by this group that's based in Idaho to set up a huge complex, including a seaside villas for waiting parents who are waiting to adopt children, to a restaurant. It doesn't sound like this is just a bunch of church people trying to adopt kids. There's a lot of money behind it. Also, pedophiles show up for child sex exploitation. And also, we know from the Haitian Prime Minister that he's charging that some of these children were being taken for organ harvesting.
Well, speaking of the Haitian Prime Minister, I mean, he has said publicly before that this is a problem, and child trafficking, as you said, organ trafficking. So is it possible that the Haitian government just wants to really send a strong message here, and that these people could potentially be innocent?
Well, when you look at the website of this group, and it's the Haitian Orphan Rescue Mission in Idaho, they're saying that they originally planned to pick up 100 children off the streets of Port-au-Prince, their terminology, and they were going to deliver them to a hotel that they've bought in Cabarete on the northern coast of the Dominican Republic. I would point out the northern coast of the Dominican Republic is also a well-known place magnet for pedophiles who go there for sex tourism, unfortunately, including minors. But if you look at this, they were planning on delivering those children to that hotel on January 24th. They were arrested on the Haitian-Dominican border crossing on January 29th. So the issue is, had they already been in Haiti and taken kids and they were on their second trip to the Dominican Republic, and I think before they were arrested by the Haitian authorities. So January 24th, they planned to take 100 children. So there's something not right even from their own website that what their plans were. I think this is what the Haitian authorities are looking at, and that's why they're investigating this particular group.
But reports also said that these people were working with a Haitian pastor. Could he have anything to do with this?
Well, this is a very intricate network of operations, all under the guise of religious organizations. That pastor is with something called Sharing Jesus Ministries. We don't know an awful lot about them, but another group which is based in Florida, World Harvest Mission Outreach. So they're set up with all these various religious organizations, all tax-exempt organizations, and they can hide behind this, ostensibly this charity work to cover for other things like running adoption mills. And as I said, in past disasters, we've seen pedophiles come in, especially in Thailand and Banda Aceh in Indonesia. They were there to abduct children.
I also wanted to point out that the U.S. State Department has said that the Haitian adoption system is working effectively, but I do want to thank you for your analysis, RT contributor Wayne Matson.
I have been following Colombia's drug wars for 15 years. In that time, most of the violence has moved to Mexico. But this city is still suffering from its narco legacy.
Medellín es famoso por su...
Y es famoso por las mujeres bonitas y viene mucha gente a conocer mujeres bonitas y a tener turismo sexual.
For years, the easy cash of the drug trade has fueled a huge sex industry. Even the taxi drivers are in on it.
Yo le muestro todas estas chicas, ¿verdad? Las puedes ver mientras de manejo desde 200,000 pesos. Tienen un apartamento, se contactan y se van al apartamento de ellas.
They say here, if you put a roof on Medellín, it would be the largest brothel in the world. This is Medellín's red light district. Daniela has been walking these streets for 5 years, since she was 11. Prostitution is legal here, but the age of consent is 18.
Donde llegan chinos, llegan brasileros, europeos, extranjeros, de todo, toda clase de hombres.
Buscando niñas menores de edad.
Menores de edad y hasta más. No le gustan las niñas de 16, 17, sino de 11, de 10, de 9.
Some visitors aren't satisfied with just young girls.
Hello, Sparky's Run.
Pablo Escobar famously liked sleeping with virgins. Now, for a premium price, sex tourists can do the same. As the drug trade fell away, the gangs that control these barrios.
Steve, my brother, what's up, Steve?
This shocking new trade means mothers all across Medellín live in fear.
Hola, ¿cómo estás? ¿Qué más pues? Bien, bien, gracias a Dios.
Milenguita's daughter is just 11 years old.
¿Y tú cómo te llamas, perdón?
Natalia.
Natalia, ¿cuál es tu nombre?
But her mother says the gangs already have plans for her.
Solo me dijeron que ella estaba candidata, que era muy posible, pues, que se la llevaran y de lo que le interesa es una niña virgen, una niña seria. ¿Qué más que una niña cristiana? Entonces ellos son inteligentes, ellos saben a qué van. Entonces ellos dijeron, bueno, no ahora, pero ya su niña pues está vista.
¿Tú has hablado con tu hija acerca del tema?
No, pero sí le he dicho que se cuide mucho, que si alguien la llama que no haga caso, que si alguien le va a dar dinero que no, que si la van a montar a un carro que grite, que mantenga muy pendiente pues de las cosas. Y ella ya sabe, pues no sabe pues qué han dicho sobre ella, no. Pero ella me mantiene muy alerta. Yo la mantengo muy alerta, con la otra niña también.
This is not the image of Medellin the authorities want to promote. They have spent millions cleaning up the city, attracting visitors, and trying to show it has moved on from the past. The mayor told me that they had reports of virgins being sold, but had not investigated. So local people have taken matters into their own hands. This graffiti says it's not a rumor. They're buying and selling girls for sexual exploitation. They means the gangs. The gangs control everything in the barrios, including the trade.
I'll try not to, Eric.
For weeks, I've been trying to persuade them to talk. They finally agreed, but only if we don't reveal their identity.
Miss Sharon Steinspring, welcome, girl. Good to see you.
These men are part of the city's main gang, La Oficina. They inherited Pablo Escobar.
And welcome to Van, too.
La Oficina control these streets. Their business is drugs, extortion, and the sex trade. Tonight, they're keen to show me how easy it is for them to find new virgins. Medellin is less violent than it used to be, but still the life expectancy of these gang members is not high. They feel they have nothing to lose. They spot two young girls and start talking to them. They invite them to a party. A couple of minutes later, the girls give them their phone numbers. It was incredible to see how the gang members stopped two 14-year-old girls and groomed them in 10 minutes. They got their phone numbers, and possibly in a couple of days they will call.
Many birds, hello and welcome.
Buy them a mobile phone. In a week or two, those two girls could be sold as virgins. Half an hour later, I meet up with the gang members.
¿Tú crees que esas chicas eran vírgenes?
Tenían caras.
Posiblemente.
Ahí es donde ya tenemos que empezar a entrar más en detalle con ellas, a hablar. Ya uno busca pruebas.
Y...
Hasta si es posible le toca a uno tantear primero para cerciorarse. Ya le toca a uno hacer unos piquitos y empezar como a buscar la forma de tantear también a ver si sí.
Esas chicas tenían 14 años. ¿Ellas sabían en lo que se estaban metiendo?
No,
¿O no sabían?
No, porque ahí se juega con la inocencia.
La gente que va a mirar esto va a decir, ¿cómo que están haciendo eso con las chicas? ¿Qué piensas tú de eso?
No, a nosotros no nos interesa el sentimiento. Si el sentimiento no hay, no...
Eso no hay corazón. No.
¿Para qué?
Es una empresa, eso es la ideología. Nosotros esto es un negocio.
That's the problem. No one's got a heart these days.
Se da la posibilidad de efectuarlo y se hace.
Or not as many should have, anyway.
In this man's violent and cynical world, the two young girls were nothing more than a way to make money.
TJ, what's up? Good to see you, TJ.
I wanted to know what kind of man would come to Colombia to have sex with girls this young.
El extranjero Paul Anthony Brailsford fue capturado por el DAS.
Paul Brailsford is the only Briton convicted of having sex with children here in Colombia. In 2011, he was arrested in a hotel room with child pornography and accused of sleeping with two girls aged 12 and 14. He didn't have a gang to groom the virgins for him. He did it himself. He's now spending 20 years in prison. I managed to get him to agree to an interview from inside the jail.
We know the sentence,
yes.
And and the charges that were put against you. What do you have to say about that?
Well, basically, I'm still fighting to get out. I'm innocent.
Yes.
You're innocent. You
Yes.
say.
Of course he is.
No. Unfortunately, here there are many underage hookers.
Yes.
Okay, and I got caught in a sting. I thought they were older. Yes,
Yeah.
no problem.
They were 12 years old. I mean,
One and the other one, 14 and a half.
Yeah.
Okay, both tall.
Yeah.
Yes, tall as you.
Yeah.
Very well endowed.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you thought what? They were over 18?
Yes, I thought old enough, no problem.
What he didn't know is that the day before, I had gone to see one of the girls he was convicted of abusing. The legal age of consent in Colombia is 18. Naomi is now 16 years old. When Paul Brailsford slept with her, she was just 12.
I think he's worse, LSP.
She told me she was not a prostitute, that he groomed her after seeing her on the beach, and then abused her over several months.
No, mami, entonces se puso a llorar. Entonces cuando me dijo que no, que las tenía amenazadas, que ya no me podían decir nada porque estaban amenazadas, que si me decían algo o a los vecinos las mataban. Lo que hizo ese señor fue bajarle la autoestima a mis hijas y encochinarlas.
I mean, she's 16 now, and for me, she doesn't look 18.
Okay.
Still. So if I think back, and 3.5 years ago, when she was 12,
But this is
she
not-
wouldn't have looked.
This is your opinion.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah. So you didn't think she was 12?
No, your opinion, my opinion.
Yeah. So you didn't think she was 12?
Your opinion, my opinion, and that was it. Yes.
Yeah. And do you have anything to tell them?
Do I have anything to tell them?
Yeah. If you had them in front of you, Gloria and and her two daughters, what will you tell them?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Close it down. Close it down. Close it down. No, close it down. Down.
Wait, watch out.
Paul Brailsford is one of just 3 foreigners in jail in Colombia for this
Got
crime.
kind of pissed,
You
didn't
don't
he?
have anything to say to the 12-year-old girl that you abused and the 14-year-old girl that you abused? No, we're not. Stop.
My producer and I put on hidden cameras and enter the Dallas Safari Club convention, where tour operators are selling top-dollar hunting and fishing trips all over the world, with some promising great parties and beautiful women for a price.
It's a third world country, so you can do whatever you want. Really? You know, it's just but they're fine looking, good looking, dressed nicely, not your typical, kind of skanky looking thing.
We've heard that on some of these types of tours, it's not just women you can hook up with, but also young girls. When we ask this tour operator about underage girls, at first he refuses.
Yeah, you're gonna have to. Nobody in our neighborhood is gonna arrange that. Don't be floating that information on email. Don't even talk about it.
But when I get him alone the next day, he changes his tune, telling me he knows a guy in Costa Rica who can make it happen.
We'll float the idea that my guy is gonna take care of this thing for you, and he can get it done. I know he can get that done.
All right, that's cool.
But it's gonna be probably, it's gonna have to be something real stupid, filthy. Or I don't know, and I'm not saying anything. Something's gonna happen.
Federal investigators are looking into possible child sex abuse on tours that take place throughout Central and South America and also Africa. Investigators are specifically looking into allegations made by Amazonian Indian girls as young as 13 who say employees for an American fishing tour operator came to their villages and offered them cleaning jobs, which they accepted because their families needed the money. Once on the boat, though, they say they were forced to pose in nude pictures and have sex. These girls, who didn't want their faces shown, say they were handed string bikinis and cocaine and also expected to have sex.
Sorry about that, Stephen.
I was forced to have relations with one of the men, says this girl who was 16 at the time. In this sworn affidavit, another girl who was just 13 at the time says she was impregnated by an American whose name she didn't even know, and that afterwards her family threw her out. Phil Marsteller, who operates fishing tours in Brazil, says abusing minors has become a cancer on the entire industry.
What better way to get away from your wife and go have the Jekyll and Hyde personality and go do something else than going on a fishing trip to the Amazon that's, you know, viewed as family friendly.
Because it sounds innocent.
That's right.
Marsteller has gathered pictures and video of what he says are underage girls cavorting with American men on board one of his competitors' boats. That competitor says it's all lies. But listen to what the tour operator I met in Dallas has to say about Marsteller.
You have the crew on the web involved with it, and nobody broke it. And he broke it. That's why nobody likes it.
This is Dan Harris calling from ABC News. When we later called that tour operator we met on hidden camera in Dallas, he insisted he's never helped to provide young girls to anyone and never would have followed through on it with us.
Biden is also signaling that he plans to run for president in 2020. Current polls show that Biden would beat Trump. This could become a major issue on the campaign trail. So let's take a look. This is probably the most famous example. Biden leans uncomfortably close to a 13-year-old girl, whispers something in her ear, then tries to kiss her as she instinctively jerks away.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, nice to see you guys.
Now, this one actually made the news at the time. They said the 13-year-old girl, Margaret Coons, didn't think what Biden said or did was creepy, except she didn't say anything. It was her father, Senator Christopher Coons, who claims she said that. I reached out to Margaret Coons to clarify whether or not she thought it was creepy and to ask her what Biden said. I received no response. The official story is that Biden was reassuring the girl that his own daughter was 13 when he was sworn in and not to be nervous about being in front of cameras, except that in all the years Biden was sworn in as senator, his daughter was never at the age of 13. But I'm sure that that's all completely normal. In this clip, Biden appears to grope the chest area of a little girl. The close-up shows her visibly pull away right as it happens. But I'm sure that's completely normal. Biden seems to have a thing for touching, smelling, and stroking girls' hair, as seen in this clip. But I'm sure that's completely normal. In this clip, Biden strokes the girl's hair before whispering something in her ear. He then asks for a picture with the girl alone.
Can I have one with just alone? Very good.
Senator Jim Risch then says, "Dad's going to stand pretty close."
Dad's going to stand pretty close.
Biden appears to tell the girl, quote, "If I was young."
By the way, if I was young, I had to choose parties.
But I'm sure that's all completely normal. In this clip, Biden kisses a young girl 3 times as she squirms uncomfortably, while he says, "Don't tell anybody."
Title. This is the title. This is long day. That's right, everybody. Don't tell anybody.
But I'm sure that's completely normal. In this clip, Biden tells a girl, quote, "No serious guys until you're 31, which is one of his favorite things to say to children.
Lucky man. Lucky man. He's having fun. Thank you, sir.
No serious guys.
He then poses with the girl for a photo while putting his hand around her midriff.
Somebody should have broke his arm.
And then whispers something into her ear. But I'm sure that's completely normal. In this clip, Biden asks another of his favorite questions, how old the child is.
Come on over here. Good to see you. How old are you?
Before weirdly stroking the face of her younger sister.
Grandpa's one of those guys.
That's nice.
No, I'm not saying it.
He knows I knew.
The mother seems keen to leave quickly, but I'm sure that's all completely normal. In this clip, Biden again tells a young girl, no dating until you're 30, before putting his hand near her breast.
You remember what I told you last time I saw you? Do you remember what I told you? No, not smile. No date till you're 30.
But I'm sure that's completely normal. Here's an entire montage of Biden telling girls, quote, no dates until you're 30.
How old are you? Just remember, no dates till you're 30. You're turning 11.
Miss Karen, what they're talking about is back up, quite a ways back up the chat there. When Stephen, I don't know what he said, Stephen Shiva said good night or something. You took his comment out. That's what they're talking about. And I'm sure it was a mistake, but, you know, just be careful with, you know, people's comments and things.
Just remember, no dates till you're 30. Just remember, 30 years old. No dates till 30. Hey, Mia, how old are you? Just remember, no dates till you're 30 years old. What's this child's name? How old
my
are you,
goddaughter.
Grace? Just remember, no dates till you're 30. How old are you? Just remember, no dates till you're 30. Get over here by me, okay? Oh, you girls are beautiful. How old are you? Just remember, no guys till you're 30. Come on, look at over here. Go slide it. And girls, remember, no dates till you're 30 years old.
But again, I'm sure that's completely
disgusting.
normal. In this clip, a
Disgusting.
young girl catches Biden's attention. He then asks the 6-year-old girl if she's 17.
Beautiful child. How old are you? 17?
You're good, Miss Karen.
He then begins stroking the girl's face before her mother draws attention to the cameras.
Did you have any
What
other
do you think
camera?
about all those cameras?
Biden then strokes the girl's hair again and tells her, you guessed it.
No dates or boys till you're 30 years old.
He then strokes her hair and kisses her again. He then grabs on her face and hair again. But I'm sure that's completely normal. In this clip where Biden is meeting 3 teenage girls, he trots out his favorite line.
3 teenagers.
I want to know if you have a big concertina.
Oh, I got a concertina wire.
All right, good. You need it. Listen, just remember, no serious guys in the 30s.
That's right.
All you gotta remember.
Good advice.
One girl then calls out for her dad.
Okay.
Here we go.
Well, let's get the senator in here.
And appears in a rush to leave the room. But I'm sure that was completely normal. This clip, Biden again asks a girl aged around 8 if she's 15.
How old are you, 15? No.
He then whispers something in their ears once again. The same thing happens again in this clip where he asks an 11-year-old girl if she's 17.
And how old are you, 17? You're 11?
Before the obligatory hair sniffing and whispering.
Good to see you.
But I'm sure that's completely normal. The former vice president's behavior appears to extend to females of all ages. Here's Uncle Joe grabbing Ashton Carter's wife, Stephanie, before smelling her hair. She's obviously uncomfortable, but I'm sure that's completely normal. He was even caught on camera giving a weird, endless hug.
Don't tempt me, Van. Oh, here we go again. All right, now, what should I sing while they're playing some music, even though I can't hear it? I don't know what the song would be, but I see a big triangle. Oh, wrong one. Well, 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 well. It's about over anyway. Well, I think that does it for that one anyway. It's right at the end. So might as well just go ahead and take it down and get it out of there. All right, let's see. I think I've already shown it. Well, let's see. Do this up here right quick. And see if it's showing over here, and it is. All right, now I guess I need to read what he's saying here. This is from The Rubber Duck. On June 15th, 2015, the ceremonial seating of the International Tribunal for Natural Justice took place at Westminster Hall in London. The event marked the momentous occasion of the 800th anniversary of the signing of the Western world's most ancient and cherished legal treasure, the Magna Carta. This is real and legitimate. Those who have been formally appointed to serve the commission in a formal capacity include Ted Strong, Chief Justice of the Yakama Nation, Steven Seagal, Hollywood actor and former Navy SEAL, His Grace Bishop, whatever, I can't say that, Bishop of Jerusalem, Robert David Steele, former U.S. presidential candidate, former head of CIA clandestine operations, and former head of Marine Intelligence, Dr. Cynthia McKinney, former U.S. presidential candidate and former six-term U.S. representative from the state of Georgia, Don, however you say, Alexander, MBE, not to mention our own Chief Justice, Sir John Walsh of Brana, and many more besides. The commission has further galvanized substantial private support of key influential world leaders and political figures whose names will be released as appropriate. Security precautions have been taken and continue to be regarded as a high priority in this controversial undertaking. Well, I heard that.
First off, that this is a court of inquiry. It's not an adversarial court. It's a nonprofit educational event. And with enormous energy and intelligence, all of us have been brought together to try to bring out some of the aspects. So if I may, I have prepared an overview statement based on my work these many past weeks. And I want to just say that as a parent and as a patriot, I'm absolutely outraged by what we're allowing to happen to our children. Humanity is judged on how you treat the weakest member of the society. Let me say that although pedophilia, which says child love, has nothing to do with the abuse of children, these children are not just kidnapped and in some cases bred by families as a cash crop. We have people in the United States of America that breed children in order to sell them. And when they are sold, they come without birth certificates, which means it's easier to kill them and have no one ask where they are. We're also importing children by the plane load. Again, children who have no documentation. It's not just child slavery or child sex abuse. It's also child torture because you have adrenalized blood. You have the whole blood drinking ceremony of the satanic world. It's also the use of children for harvesting body organs. We'll have the Falun Gong testimony tomorrow. One of the reasons that the Falun Gong are so popular is because they're so healthy, so that you can harvest their body organs and get the very best. And then you have ritual ceremonies and ritual murder, as well as incidental murder. But I know the system. I've been a spy all over the world. I have created the Marine Corps Intelligence Command. I have trained intelligence and law enforcement representatives, over 8,000 of them from across 66 countries. They are all, without exception, good people trapped in a bad system. And one of the most wonderful things that this court could achieve, now that we've had Pizzagate, for example, which opened people's mind, is we could achieve an opening of the public mind and an absolute imperative from the public to governments, including the US government, which I think is the center of gravity in so many ways. I have found in my research and preparation for this court and all of the work that will follow that most organizations that end up being used to prey on children, Oxfam is a recent example, all of the United Nations organizations, the Boy Scouts of America, all of the child services agencies across the United States of America, they did not start out as organizations to prey on children, but they attract pedophiles. And ultimately, pedophiles end up rising in the ranks and controlling those organizations, so that an organization that initially started out in the service of children becomes an organization that is in fact hunting children. And one of our distinguished commissioners has written an absolutely wonderful book called Child Hunters, which I recommend to all of you as a brief on this. Now, it's not my working assumption, but the working assumption yet to be proven that the totality of the children disappearing worldwide is toward 8 million people, toward 8 million children. In the United States of America, the acknowledged number, not counting the children being bred without birth certificates, not counting the children being imported without documentation, is between 600 and 800,000 a year. Now imagine Africa and East Asia and all these other locations. I personally believe that the number we want to try to document is rising well beyond the official figures, and we have yet to learn what the actual number is, okay? The other working assumption is, how long do these children survive within this system? What I am hearing from the witnesses that I've talked to is 2 years. It may be longer, it may be 4 years, it may be 6 years, but by and large, these children are so abused. I mean, we're talking rapes by the hour and so forth, that they reach their expiration date within 2 years. And then they're murdered with impunity, or they're ritually murdered if that's what they've been bred for. So I think we need to document this. No one else has done this before in a systematic manner. This commission is rendering a signal service by seeking to do an overall view in the public interest. This will be a massive, massive undertaking. And while the preliminary attempt is to do a 6-month to 9-month endeavor, subject to funding availability and the availability of witnesses and also prisoners, there are a number of prisoners who can be debriefed, who, when properly debriefed by specialists, can really give a deeper understanding that has not been achieved by existing law enforcement and other agencies, because they simply treat these people, when they catch them, in those rare instances when they catch them, as disposable goods to be thrown into prison and forgotten about. And tomorrow we will have some expert testimony from one of our commissioners who can speak to this far, far better than I. William Binney is my counterpart. He is for NSA what I am to CIA, which is to say, he is saying, as I am saying, that we can delete 70% of our respective organizations and put the other 30% to work. But Binney is also the author of Thin Thread, which is a way of doing deep discovery in unstructured databases and the internet. And so he is prepared to actually help us do pedophilia tracking worldwide. And one of the things that the other technical commission, Stephen Arnold, is very good at is de-anonymizing the internet. This includes every image having a fingerprint. So you can take an image of a child being abused, and you can track that image through the dark web. So there are resources that we can bring to bear in support of this commission's mission. My favorite technical commission is Arno Reuser from the Netherlands, who is a master librarian. He is so good that when the Dutch intelligence community realized it didn't know enough about the world, they recruited him to create the Open Source Intelligence Center for Dutch intelligence. And as with the endeavors that I helped create in the United States, and in fact for Scotland Yard, very quickly people found out that they could get 40 to 60% of what they knew very cheaply using open sources of information. That's not what government intelligence agencies do today. They want to spend as much money as possible in the riskiest way possible on the most expensive way possible. They're not actually there to do decision support or answer questions. So I believe that Arno Reuser is capable of creating the world's first digital library on pedophilia. And this would be a multilingual library to include local dialects. And it would be a library that would then end up being what we call a magnet for walk-ins. We want to have a very professional ingestion system so that people can volunteer to provide expert witness to the thing, or they can volunteer to offer up their papers. There are a number of pedophiles now who are actually ready to turn over their diaries. All right, so I think we're actually...
License, I have to chime in there and say that I've been living with lower back pain and leg pain now for years. But now that I've got lung cancer, there's more added on top of that. So believe me, I know where you're coming from when you're talking about pain, brother. All I can do is wish you the best of luck and pray for you. Hang in there, License. I don't know where the heck was I at here.
Actually doing something really, really huge. My final comment. The center of gravity for taking down the deep state. Pedophilia is both the induction glue. Pedophilia is how the deep state recruits and controls people. It is also the Achilles heel of the deep state. I believe that once the public realizes that the government is not protecting their children at a scale of vulnerability that we can articulate, then everything else about the government is called into question. All right? So for me, this is a truly righteous endeavor. And I will end by saying that as much good as it might do to get the British angry, for me, the center of gravity for change is the American public. Because if you can get the American public angry, we will stop supporting dictators overseas. We will close all of our military bases overseas. I am on record as a former CIA operations officer saying that our 1,000 bases overseas are not there for national defense. They're there to serve as lily pads for the smuggling of guns, gold, cash, drugs, and small children. So let me say I am proud to be in your company, and I believe that no matter what we do or do not do, it is going to make a difference. God bless you all.
And that's all of that one. So we'll go on to the next one. Oh, and yeah, Van, I saw your comment there a while ago about the new money not being out. I haven't even left the house today, so I don't know if it's out here or not. I doubt it, though, but that was in an online newspaper. Don't remember the name of it right offhand, but that's where I saw it at. And I think I showed a little bit of it last Thursday night. I wouldn't swear to that, but I think I did. Anyways, let's see. Ricky Hammer says, pain meds work in the brain. It sends a signal to stop the pain. We too can do it. But I just know one thing, lower back pain is nothing to laugh about, that's for sure, particularly when it goes getting down your legs. I lived with back pain for a long time. That was bad enough by itself, but when it goes getting down into your legs, both of them at the same time, particularly at night when you're trying to sleep, it'll run you crazy. But now the cancer pain is all together different type of pain, although they both hurt like hell. But anyways, enough about that. Let's see. Get that out of the way. Let me read a little bit about this right here. This right here, I say. And so I can get it out of my way up there. CERN Large Hadron Collider creates time travel, ? Machine shut down after plane vanishes. And this is from Bended Reality, I guess it's the name of the newspaper, online again. The Large Hadron Collider created a time warp that sent a passenger jet thousands of miles off course in the blink of an eye and caused a massive power blackout. It has shockingly been claimed. The huge scientific experiment, which is used to collide particles to discover more about how the universe formed, opened a time portal, meaning an Iberworld Airbus A330-300 ended up landing 5,500 miles from where it was supposed to, conspiracy theorists say. Why has it always got to be a conspiracy theorist? I didn't say anything about it, and I'm the head conspiracy theorist. So anyway, at least I'm one of the head. Built among miles of tunnels under the Swiss-French border, the complex machine is run by the European Organization for Nuclear Research. Yeah. Claims are now CERN scientists shut down the LHC during an experiment immediately after the incident with the plane. An article on website Freedom Fighter Times said the power released from the LHC was so strong that it sent a time warp across the planet. What really happened can best be explained as a massive power outage all across South America. The report said CERN scientists began a series of experiments during which they discovered their testing was distorting our Earth's magnetic field and has shot off a time wave towards the core of the planet. Tracking showed the wave veered exactly towards the sun gate high in the Bolivian Andes mountains, the report said. The report added the initial time waves spawned by the LHC erupted from the sun gate and headed out towards the space above South America. The wave then glanced into the path of an Iberworld Airbus, flown by Air Comet, which was ready to begin its descent into Santa Cruz, Bolivia, but then found itself instantly and mysteriously over the skies of Santa Cruz in Tenerife, Spain, over 5,500 miles away. All 170 passengers and the crew of Flight A7301 were safe, and after 17 hours on the ground in Spain, they departed back to Bolivia. The bizarre plane incident is said to have happened on November 1st, 2009. A day later, CERN lost power at the LHC and announced some days later in a statement a bird had dropped a piece of baguette onto the machinery. I don't know what the hell a baguette or bagwet, however you say that, is, but that's their claim, causing the shutdown. The report added, after this mysterious event, CERN scientists shut down the LHC, blaming their failed experiment on a bird or a piece of bread, dropping a piece of bread onto outdoor machinery. Sure, that's what it was. After which the director for research and scientific computing, Sergio Bertomagucci, warned that the Titanic LHC machine may possibly create or discover previously unimagined scientific phenomena or unknown unknowns, such as an extra dimension. Well, that's all I want to read of it. If y'all want the link, I'll be happy to put the link in the chat. But just thought I'd let y'all know about that in case anybody was interested. That's a piece of French bread, huh? Well, serves them right. Feeding them birds French bread. All right, let's see here. Let's see. Go ahead and do this one here. Now, myself, I thought this one's pretty good. Well, they're all pretty good in my opinion, but here we go.
So, We just finished reading the entire document of Ghislaine Maxwell's court case, and that's where we received most of the information. We do have Jeffrey Epstein's flight logs as well, but they only go from 98 till 2005. We actually found the rest of them. We compiled a list, and the entire file is 2,024 pages. I've only made it to about page 650. It has all witness testimonies in detail. It has certain pictures. It has really disturbing details. So my mental health is not okay right now. Just having read some of the things that I did, it's absolutely disturbing. So the list is not finished. Some of the people on the list that haven't been put on the list yet are Prince Andrew. There's a huge testimony against that I'm currently reading through. It also says that there's a liberal prime minister. It does not name them. It also says that there is a world-renowned scientist who had engaged in minor while his wife was asleep in the other room on Jeffrey's Island. So I'm just going to show you guys certain receipts so you don't think I'm lying. And here it goes. So this is Jeffrey Epstein's logs, and there's not really that much on his. And as I said, these are from 98 to 2005 and doesn't give that much information. However, here's Ghislaine Maxwell's entire court case, 2,024 pages with numerous exhibits and witness statements. We are combing through this like pretty bad. Just so you guys don't think that I am lying. Court case. That's right. Bill Gates, the guy you guys trust with. Yeah. So this is the first list of everybody that was on Epstein's list. Please pause to read. There's going to be 3 more pages from Ghislaine Maxwell's court case. This is another page. We have a bunch of pretty well-known people on here too. Second to last page, we have Akon, we've Gwen Stefani, we have Lady Gaga, also known as Stefani Germanotta, James Franco, and this is the rest of the page from James Franco down. So I'm still going through the rest of the court case. It's not an easy read at all. It's actually quite disturbing. There's also very underage minor things that are involved in that, and it doesn't make me feel good even reading that. So drop any questions or comments in the comment section and let me know what you guys think and what you want to know.
Right on. I guess. Right on. Right on. Right on. Right on. All right, let's see here. This would be the next one. The next one up.
Story you will only see here on News Nation. We're the only network covering it. The town board approved a deal for a massive battery plant that would have brought thousands of jobs and tens of millions of dollars in investment. The town board approved the deal, which didn't set well with the town folk. They didn't like the company's ties to the Communist Chinese Party. News Nation's Brian Enton has been following this story from the very beginning. What amazes me, Brian, the governor wouldn't stand up to the Chinese. The state legislature wouldn't stand up to the Chinese. The town board wouldn't stand up to the Chinese, but the citizens did.
Yeah, Leland, everybody sort of laughed at these citizens, these regular American people for the last 6 months to a year, and they ended up winning. They ousted their entire local government. We're in the town hall right now, Leland. It's kind of bizarre because it's all empty. Everybody packed up that was elected and left last night. You see the treasurer's office is empty. There's going to be someone new that moves in. The clerk, she's been here today going through all the boxes and papers, the new clerk. They're trying to figure out what to do in here. It's a very, very strange situation. There's sort of papers all over the place. You wonder what this would be like if it happened at the state or national level. We talked to one of the new board members about what's going on here. The entire local government was ousted here last night. New board, including you, put in. Yeah. What do you say to Americans in other parts of the country who are watching this thinking, gosh, you know, I want to get rid of my elected people. They're not doing a good job. I mean, what's the message?
No, great. The main question message is the democratic process works. If the American people get involved and we'll go through the right steps,
and mobilize people and get people involved and educate them on the issues and the facts, then the democratic process in this country is still alive and well, and it works.
So there's going to be a whole new local government here in this rural part of Michigan, Leland, and the goal is they want to stop this Chinese-owned, this Chinese-affiliated company from coming to their town.
Well, Brian, I would also add that it works when journalists show up like you. You've covered this story from the very beginning. You fought for it. There's not a lot of national correspondents who say, "Hi, I want to be in Green Township, Michigan on election night." You did because of.
Chap, isn't this the town you were telling us about up there in Michigan here a while back, where the Chinese were coming and buying the land up and hiring their own people and all? I believe this is the same one. That's one of the main reasons I grabbed it today.
You're reporting on this. What's their chance to actually stop the Chinese factory?
I mean, it seems pretty good. Look, the old township board signed off. They have a development deal with the company, which is named Goshen. But now that there's a new board in charge, they can change the zoning rules.
Thank you,
can
chap.
file a lawsuit. I mean, there's a lot they can do. And plus, does this company really want to come to a place where the entire local government is against them and the people voted that way just yesterday? So we're going to follow it to see the way it all turns out. If you asked me 6 months ago whether I thought they were actually going to be successful in ousting their entire local government, I would have been like, that's tough. Well, here we are. The building's empty. The new government moves in tomorrow.
And not only were the citizens fighting the town board, but they were fighting the town board supporters, because we know that Goshen has done a lot to try and influence folks in Michigan to build this plant. Brian, thank you very much. Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on.
Well, of course we won't. Some of us might. I don't know, but I won't. At least not today. All right, let's see here. Let's see, said the blind man. That's what he said.
Remember this, nothing worth doing ever came easy. Following your convictions means you must be willing to face criticism from those who lack the same courage to do what is right. And they know what is right, but they don't have the courage or the guts or the stamina to take it and to do it. It's called the road less traveled. What imprint will you leave in the sands of history? What will future Americans say we did in our brief time right here on Earth?
Take the children and yourself and hide out in the cellar. By now the fighting will be close.
Got to turn the music down again. I keep forgetting to do that. One of these days I'm going to remember it and won't know what to do. No. I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames went higher. And it burns, 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 the ring of fire, the ring of fire.
World. We are dismantling the criminal organization. We will not rest until we've stopped every last human trafficker and liberated every.
Well, I don't want to show that and lose the whole stream because of I want to show it, but I don't want to lose my whole video here because of one, video. So I ain't going to do it. So I'll just play something else. Something else, I say, something else. Make sure it's showing over here. And it is.
InfoWars, the most banned network in the world.
East 71st Street in the middle of Manhattan, New York, USA. And that is St. James Church. We're at a very important site here. This is a place I began to expose more than 15 years ago from sources I had who were telling me that there were powerful individuals that were running underage sex rings to compromise not just politicians, but corporate leaders, particularly scientific leaders. And that they had an island in the Caribbean where underage girls and others were taken, where they did rituals, and where children were even killed. Well, as you know, in the last 3 or 4 years, it's come out that Jeffrey Epstein was running that network. But Jeffrey Epstein was just a pimp. Jeffrey Epstein was just a frontman. And when he died, the networks that he was the frontman for, that he was like the butler for, have continued on with the British royal family and others using these systems to compromise the leadership of not just the United States, but the world. And so Bill Gates and so many other titans of industry have stayed in the address I'm about to show you for months and months and months at a time. They've also stayed at facilities in Paris, facilities in London, facilities in New Mexico, like Zorro Ranch. They have spent massive amounts of time inside buildings like this 7-story facility that just recently sold, we're told, for $25 million. It's Jeffrey Epstein's former headquarters in New York City. And we're here producing a special report for freeworldnews.tv and Infowars.com that's going to be out in the next few weeks. And the question is, what is the center of the web? Is it the Bilderberg Group? Is it the Club of Rome? Is it organizations like Bohemian Grove? Well, Skull and Bones is corrupt and evil and set up by very vicious people. So are all these organizations. But what is the center of that web? So here we are, just a prelude for viewers of freeworldnews.tv at the famous keypad that so many pimps brought underage girls to bring them inside that 7-story building so that sex crimes could be committed, so that they could be compromised. And it's the network that still controls Epstein today that we are here to expose.
Sure did, chap.
But Bill Gates, who took control of all the major world health departments of the planet. Bill Gates, who is trying to force inoculations on us to bring in a world dictatorship, a world economy, a world social credit score, a world ID. Bill Gates was, evidence shows, in charge of Jeffrey Epstein. That's why Jeffrey Epstein had to die. But there were people above Bill Gates. So we're here in New York City to investigate the roots of how the corruption and how the blackmail operates and to expose it. But it is those doors that Prince Andrew was famously photographed staring out as young women came in and out. It's those doors that famously Bill Gates was caught going into and having parties. It's those doors that the system didn't want us to know about because they wanted to use that blackmail, that control, to control the people that control our lives. And remember, many of the people that came to be compromised here and to engage in sex crimes did it as a gang initiation. You've all heard of Crips and Bloods. They got to either kill another member of the other gang or like shoot some innocent person that works at a liquor store. You've heard about the Mexican mafia. You've heard the Italian mafia, the hillbillies. All of them have to commit a crime to be part of the club. But in prison, you get killed if you're a pedophile. Nobody puts up with that going after children. This is the ultimate cult because to get in their cult, you've got to abuse children. And that's what this facility is about. That's why Bacchus, the Roman god of debauchery and evil, is above the door. And up on the top, there's images of little naked children dancing. Ladies and gentlemen, is that why Jeffrey Epstein picked this facility for his worldwide headquarters of evil? And did he name that little island he bought in the Caribbean Little St. James after the church, St. James, that's just down the block? This is part of our ongoing investigation that only you, by supporting us, have allowed us to continue on. And thanks to you, we have the courage and the funding and the resolve to never stop. So the controllers of Jeffrey Epstein, you may have killed him, but you've not killed the secret of what he was doing, and you will be exposed.
Well, shit, I reckon, but I don't know for sure about that. I mean, what he was talking about there, I do believe about, well, I know it's a lot of that was true, if not all of it. But it's the investigation. All I can say is right on. All right, let's see what we got right here. Damn.
Injuries at the heart.
Make sure it's showing. And it is. Find which one it is now.
Part of every journey. It starts with an idea that lives inside of you. New destinations and new horizons.
Long ass commercial.
Equipped to explore. It's time to discover the ultimate adventurer. The Maritimo S55.
I want to make it very clear in the beginning, I'm not anti-government. I don't believe in terrorism. And I want to make it especially clear that there are a lot of good people in the FBI and the CIA, Naval Intelligence, Army Intelligence, Military Intelligence, NSA. Unfortunately, there are a few key people in key positions who have made a difference, a big difference, in what's happening in America today. So, looking back, my personal experiences, I retired from the FBI March 1979. At that time, I was in charge of the FBI Los Angeles Division. I had more than 700 personnel under my command. The Attorney General of the United States, Griffin Bell, asked me after I retired if I'd coordinate security for the Pan American Games. I did. I was a consultant in the 1984 Los Angeles Olympics. I was a consultant for former Governor Jerry Brown, California Narcotic Authority. So I do have credentials. My first major and credibility, believe me. Now, if you read the internet, you may not think so, because there are some heavy-duty FBI informants out there like Stu Webb and Barbara Hartwell, who are MKUltra mind control victims, CIA mind control victims, who are making all kinds of disparaging remarks about me. But I don't want to deal with those people, because if you read their material, you'll see that it's designed to discredit people like me, former State Senator John DeCamp, and other leaders who are trying our best to expose what's happening in America today, and actually around the world. Let's go back to 1776, May the 1st. Adam Weishaupt was commissioned by the Rothschild family to set up the goals to control and take over the world with a one world government. Adam Weishaupt came up with 25 goals. Among these goals were control the press, corrupt the youth through sex and drugs, elect our own people meaning the Illuminati, to key positions in all levels of the government, city, county, state, and federal. And it goes on. The final goal was to take over the world, the one world government. Information is very well documented by William Guy Carr in his book, Pawns in the Game. When I retired, I had no idea what was going on. I had no idea about the Illuminati. I had no idea about Adam Weishaupt. However, my first major investigation when I returned from Puerto Rico was a Dr. Jeffrey R. McDonald case. He's a former Green Beret doctor who was convicted of murdering his wife and 2 children at Fort Bragg, February 17, 1970. He'd been tried and convicted and sentenced to 3 consecutive life sentences. I was asked by the defense team to investigate the case because they claimed that Dr. McDonald was innocent. I said I would, but if I learned that he murdered his wife and 2 children I would discontinue my investigation, no longer become involved. I want you to know I'm still working for Dr. McDonald. He is an innocent man. Now, once I became involved in the case, I had to read everything, and I learned that evidence was lost, evidence was stolen, evidence was altered. An FBI agent, Paul Stombaugh, lied before the grand jury. And most important of all, Colette, the wife, had skin where she had fought off the assailants under her fingernails. That skin was handed over to William F. Ivory, the chief investigator for the Army, and it has disappeared. 10 months into the case, October 25, 1980, I, through a series of circumstances, I don't have time to go into the details now, obtained a signed confession from one Helena Stokely. I had 3 sessions with her, 10 days each, total of 30 days. Helena told me that Dr. McDonald did not commit those crimes, that they were committed by her satanic cult group. And I said to myself, what's this all about? I don't know anything about Satanism. I read about it in the Bible, of course, and that's about it. But as I delved into the case, I learned that drugs from Southeast Asia were being flown into the United States to various military bases in plastic bags in the bodies of the dead GIs. I further learned from Helena that her satanic cult group was involved in distributing these drugs up and down the East Coast. They were mad at Dr. McDonald because he was abusive to the cult members and the GIs who went to the civilian hospital where he was moonlighting for relief of some sort. So they went in and attacked him that night. There were a total of 7 involved in the crime. She named them all for me. Right now, today, I know where some of them are located. But to further check and document this, I went to the UCLA library, and I found out, in fact, in the Time magazine, January 1, 1973, there was an article about bringing drugs in plastic bags in the body cavities of dead GIs. There was no question in my mind Helena was telling the truth. I gave her a polygraph test and she passed. I had her examined by a psychiatrist and she passed. And as a matter of fact, the government themselves had given her a polygraph examination early in their investigation before I entered the case. And Byzantine, the Army polygraph operator, said that she thought that she was telling the truth. She thought she was there that night. Now, the most recent series of events in the McDonald case. Now, I'm telling you a little bit about the McDonald case because that's what woke me up as to what was going on. It was after that that I started researching and went back and found out about the Illuminati. Illuminati/Satanism. It was after that that I learned considerable more about what was going on. And the most recent information, Dr. McDonald, who's been in the penitentiary for some 25 or 26 years now, appeared before a parole board just 2 days ago, his first that he's ever appeared before a parole board. And the reason he had never appeared before is because, in his opinion, had he appeared before, it would be an admission of guilt. In this particular instance, he still claimed he was innocent, but he did appear before the board because a newlywed individual with a woman named Kathy. And of course, if you read the papers in the last 2 days, his parole was turned down and the parole board made him eligible for another hearing in 15 years. This poor man not only lost his wife and 2 children, he has served 25 years in the penitentiary and another 15 years to go. He's 61 years old. I am still working the case. What are the latest developments on the case? In 1997, the judge, federal judge, agreed to do DNA tests. And they chose 15 individual pieces of evidence to be examined. However, the judge said that when you open the evidence envelopes, only the prosecutor can be present. Well, they opened the evidence envelopes. The prosecutor did. How many do you think were empty? 5. 5 evidence envelopes were empty. The skin under Colette's fingernails would have established Dr. McDonald's innocence alone. Now we have DNA authorized in 1997. Here we are in 2005. They still have not completed the DNA test. From the McDonald case, the next case I worked of a major consequence was the McMartin preschool case in Manhattan Beach, California. The children there claimed there were tunnels under the school. They were taken into the tunnels and through the tunnels up into the trap door of a bathroom in a triplex next door, placed in automobiles and prostituted in the community. These are 2-, 3-, and 4-year-old children before they entered kindergarten. In addition, the children claimed that they were flown into the mountains where they were involved with adults in robes, black robes, chanting, candles. They talked about the brown babies who were cut up, actually sacrificed. And in checking into this and researching this, of course, this was obviously a satanic ceremony. The McMartin family who owned the preschool, they were tried of Ray Bucky and his grandmother. The grandmother was acquitted, hung jury on Ray Bucky. The second trial, another hung jury. I had an opportunity in 1990 to gain control of the school. Now, the school had been given to Danny Davis, the defense attorney, and he had sold it, even though he made $15 million on the case, by the way. He had sold it to a contractor who was going to tear it down. When I learned this, I contacted the contractor. I said, I want to be given an opportunity to go on that school and look for the tunnels. The authorities had looked for them in 1987. They said they could find no tunnels. Along with some of the parents, we hired Dr. Gary Stickle, UCLA archaeologist. He hired his crew and brought them in. And in 34 days, Dr. Stickle said there had been tunnels under that school. They were covered up and they were covered in. An informant of mine told me that there was an abandoned satanic site in Crestline, California, up in the mountains. I went up into the mountains and obtained photographs, of the site. I have a lecture that I give where these pictures are available. It's called Gunderson Chronicles #2. It's a 4-hour lecture that I gave in Kansas City a number of years ago, which shows this abandoned site and also pictures from the McMartin Tunnel school dig. From there, I became involved in another case, very frightening case, because I established, with the help of people like John DeCamp, former state senator in Nebraska, that we have in this country today a covert military criminal enterprise, government enterprise, primarily by U.S. military intelligence, that is operating full throttle, and everybody refuses to investigate it. In the Nebraska case, it's called the Franklin Cover-Up. This is the book here that John DeCamp wrote, by the way. It's all documented in there. And in that particular instance, they were taking children out of foster homes, orphanages, Boys Town, driving them from Omaha, Nebraska to Sioux City, Iowa, 184 miles away, placing them in private jets and flying them in Washington, D.C. for sex orgies with prominent people, including congressmen, senators, and certain people in the White House. It's well documented. I have personally talked to Paul Benassi. I had a 5-hour interview with him. It's a tape that's available. I don't have it with me here, but you can order it. I have a 5-hour interview with Paul that he gave me in 1993. Paul told me how he was used. He was part of the kidnapping crew and was used as a decoy, and when he was 10, 11, 12 years old, in parks, shopping malls, to attract the children over near where the adults were in a car waiting for them. They throw them in the back seat, chloroform them, and make off with them. Paul also told me that these children, many of them become sex slaves. Many of them are used as toys. The boys, they call the boys toys. I don't know what they call the girls. But these degenerate, sick people, the men are more interested in the little boys than they are the girls for some reason. But it's all well documented. Paul drew the inside living quarters of the White House. Now, this information broke in about 1987. That's about right after I entered, just before I entered the case. I replaced a fellow named Gary Caradori, who was the investigator for a Nebraska Senate committee. Gary met the official photographer of the group, who had split from the group, defected, and agreed to take the pictures that this official photographer gave him, and they met in Chicago, agreed to take the pictures back to the committee. He flew out of Chicago in his private plane, a short distance out of Chicago. The plane exploded midair, and his briefcase has never been found. He and his 11-year-old boy died. His briefcase has never been found. The rear seat of the airplane has never been found. I made every attempt possible to obtain possession of or control of that plane, because I wanted to examine it for bomb chemicals, particularly the back seat. It's no longer available. Nobody knows what happened to it. Gary Caradori was a civilian, yet it was taken to a military base for examination. A deputy sheriff was the first one on the scene. He saw the pictures. He started picking up the pictures. An FBI agent came along, took the pictures away from him, told him to keep his mouth shut. He started talking to a few people. A year later, his wife was murdered. He's no longer talking. This international child kidnapping ring, I later learned, was out of Washington, D.C. It was very active, and the organization is known as the Finders. And I have a report on the Finders back there. Everything I'm telling you is documented, by the way. The Finders has been established and operating throughout the 1960s up to the present time. It was exposed in 1987. They moved their operation to Wichita, Kansas, and they're operating right today in Wichita, Kansas. I have taken my report to the FBI half a dozen times, demanded an investigation, and I have yet to be interviewed. So we have the Finders, we have the Franklin cover-up, which documents what I'm telling you. We have the pawns in the game. Pawns in the game is the Illuminati. This is the Illuminati/satanic movement in this country today. And the last thing I'm going to mention in the way of a book is why Johnny can't come home. Johnny Gosch was, September the 5th, 1982, a newspaper boy on a Sunday, and he was about to deliver his newspapers in West Des Moines, Iowa. He never delivered any newspapers. He disappeared. The mother, Noreen Gosch, was dumbfounded, didn't know what happened. demanded an investigation of the FBI and by the West Des Moines Police Department. The chief of police in West Des Moines said to her, even though he's disappeared, we do not have any witnesses who saw him being grabbed and placed in a car or being taken control of. So we're not going to investigate it. The FBI used the same premise. They refused to investigate it. Now, I've been involved in kidnappings in the FBI, and I can tell you that it's automatic within 24 hours, at the end of 24 hours, that we had to go in my day, this was back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, we had to go in and start investigating the case after they've disappeared for 24 hours. Today, as I stand here and you sit there, the children are disappearing in this country at the rate of 83 per hour. That's over 700,000 children a year. Now, I can go back to July 1982. The Reader's Digest claimed there were 100,000 children disappearing every year. There's another statistic that I find very interesting, and that is that it is estimated 2,500 children are kidnapped and murdered in this country every year. That's an unbelievable figure. Yet, the FBI refuses to investigate it. Now, after the Nebraska case, and part of the Nebraska case, most recently, we have a young man named Jeff Gannon, who has appeared in the White House using a fraudulent press pass. This has happened within the last month. Certain people in the White House were questioning him and were suspicious of him because when he would engage in a press conference with the president, President Bush, he was asking what they call soft questions. Soft questions meaning the president would have an answer for them, he'd look good. Somebody started checking into his background. They learned that he was actually an individual named Jim Guckert. This is all on the internet, by the way. And Guckert had a homosexual website. So Jeff Gannon is an alias of Jim Guckert. Now his picture appeared in the internet, and he is believed to be Johnny Gosch, who was kidnapped September the 5, 1982. The mother, Noreen Gosch, who wrote this book, Why Johnny Can't Come Home, I have a 2-hour interview with her on video, available again if you want to check my order blank. She did not sit still for this. Can you imagine if the 83 mothers of children who disappear every hour would do what Noreen Gosch has done? We wouldn't have this problem today. She went to the FBI, demanded an investigation. They refused to investigate. The police refused to investigate because the case tied into the Franklin cover-up. Some of our top politicians in the country, leading businessmen, Harold Anderson is identified by the children, past publisher of the Omaha World Herald. The head of the Nebraska Forestry Service was identified by these children. There 80 children came forward in this Nebraska case. And it goes, as I said, right up to the White House. In 1987, according to Paul Benassi, he was furnishing toys, or little boys, young boys, to the sick people, certain sick individuals in the White House itself. I have the names of some of these people. No need to mention it here. Some of them are mentioned in the Franklin cover-up. But it does appear that Jeff Gannon is, in fact, Johnny Gosch. Noreen Gosch, the mother, has looked at the pictures. She believes it's Johnny Gosch because he has a scar on his right cheek about the size of a nickel. It's white. Gannon has a scar there also. Little Johnny Gosch had a birthmark on his left chest about 8 inches long. From looking at pictures of Jeff Gannon on the internet, it appears that he had a birthmark at one time, and there's been an attempt to erase it. I personally talked to one of the youngsters who was involved in this network. I've talked to several of them. And he assures me that Jeff Gannon is, in fact, Johnny Gosch. Well, how did Johnny Gosch get from West Des Moines, Iowa, 12 years old, all the way with the phony press pass into the White House as of a few weeks ago? Well, what happened to Johnny is that he was transported from West Des Moines, Iowa to Sioux City. He was placed on a farm for 3 weeks, sexually molested. He was taken to the mountains in Colorado, placed in a cage in a house of some sort or a cabin. And then later he was used as a sex slave. They didn't kill him, they didn't sacrifice him, although a number of these kids are sacrificed in satanic ceremonies. Now, he escaped with another young man. They stole a car. And in 1997, Johnny knocked on his mother's door at 2:30 in the morning, Noreen Gosch, and said he wanted to talk to her. He was there with another young boy. He came in, he told Noreen, he says, "Mother, I was kidnapped. I've been placed in a covert military CIA-controlled, mind-controlled project and used as a sex slave." He said, "I can't come forward at this time because they will kill me." And then he left. Noreen says that's the last time she talked to him, 1997. Now, several years after that, a girl named Burns, who was a producer for 2020, decided to do a story on the Johnny Gosch kidnapping and the Nebraska case. And she interviewed me. In fact, I spent 5 days with her, gave her the benefit of all my research, which is available to you folks also. And then she got a lead that Johnny was hiding out on an Indian reservation in northern Minnesota. She went there and flushed him out, and he basically went into hiding. And now he shows up at the White House. He was a mind control victim. If you don't know anything about MK Ultra mind control program, it came into this country through the German scientists after World War II. They were involved with the Nazis during the war and prior to World War II in developing robots and individuals to be used on command for anything that they wished, including assassinations and other nefarious activity. The MK Ultra program, CIA mind control program, was investigated by Congress in 1987. Congress said, CIA, you got to quit doing that. You're bad boys. And they said, we will quit. Don't kid yourself. It's very active today. There are people like Barbara Hartwell out there who are mind control victims. She's another one who's been bashing me. I must be doing a pretty good job because I wouldn't have these people criticizing me on the internet like they do. And of course, it doesn't bother me in the least. But going back to the Nebraska case, MK Ultra, a lot of this training took place at Offutt Air Force Base in Omaha, Nebraska, which was Strategic Air Command headquarters. You recall after 9/11, the president flew to, I think it was south, someplace in Louisiana or New Orleans. And then he flew to Offutt Air Force Base in the afternoon of September the 11th, 2001. And they had a party there that morning at 9:30 in the morning. He missed the party. He was sorry he missed the party. Warren Buffett was there, by the way. And the MK Ultra program has been very actively administered not only at Offutt Air Force Base, at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, the place where Dr. McDonald's family was slaughtered in 1970. Now, the Nebraska case, I don't want to leave that without telling you that in the early 1990s, Yorkshire TV came to the United States with a camera crew for 7 months to do a documentary on it. They went back to England, produced the documentary, and they brought it over into the United States. It was listed in the TV Guide to be aired on May the 3rd, 1994. When certain members of Congress found out about it, they threatened the cable industry with restrictive legislation. Somebody anonymously bought up the rights to the videotape or the documentary and ordered all copies destroyed. I just happen to have a bootleg copy of that documentary, and it is available. I have been selling these and these books and getting this report out of mine to anybody that's interested in it. And by the way, I have a 5-package deal for you at about a 15% discount, 15 to 20% discount if you buy all 5 items. So about 6 months ago, as any good investigator would do, I said, I'm going to get a copy of that TV Guide. I didn't have a copy. John DeCamp had one at one time, couldn't find it. That's typical of John, by the way. Good friend, great guy. And so I said, I'm going to get my own copy. So I wrote to TV Guide people. And I received a copy of the TV Guide for May 3rd, 1994. 10 p.m. Discovery Channel. It's not listed. A nature show is listed instead on the new reprinted edition. I'm not going to be outfoxed by these people. I went to the Los Angeles Times TV log. It's listed, Conspiracy of Silence. I called a friend of mine in Philadelphia and I said, check the TV log for the Philadelphia Inquirer. Conspiracy of Silence is listed in the Philadelphia Inquirer. The power of the press. They changed and reprinted the whole TV Guide. It never has been shown publicly in the United States, and I doubt if it ever will be shown publicly. But as I said, it is available to you. Now, that's not the end of the story for me, because I am continuously probing, continuously working, continuously talking to various sources and putting it on paper and documenting and getting the word out. This is the direction that we have to go. Americans, for the most part, are oblivious to what's really going on behind the scenes. One of the things that, in addition to the McDonald case, that got me thinking was the Jack Kennedy assassination. So I checked into that. And by the way, I used to be in charge of the FBI in Dallas, and also I was in charge in Los Angeles after Dallas. So in checking into the Jack Kennedy assassination, I learned, no question about it, that it was a joint hit by the CIA and the Chicago mob. Sam Giancana, head of the La Cosa Nostra in Chicago, 3 days before he was to testify before Congress, was shot and killed, murdered. This encouraged me to do some more checking into some of these national terrorist acts that have taken place and other cover-ups in the United States. I interviewed the Naval Intelligence Officer who on December 4th, 1941, received information that the Japanese were going to bomb Pearl Harbor. We had broken the secret code of the Japanese. He told me personally, on December the 4th, he gave it to his superiors. They passed it up the line. After Pearl Harbor, he was subpoenaed to testify before Congress. His boss called him in and said, don't worry about it, don't respond to the subpoena. Someday you'll know why. He never did testify before Congress. And he recently passed on, by the way. So we have not only a cover-up in these other areas, but looking at the national picture, Pearl Harbor. And look at Waco. The military was involved in destroying and shooting and killing, and also the FBI, women and children in Waco. They used tanks, military tanks, in violation of Posse Comitatus, which is a law that says the military cannot be used to enforce a civilian population. They got away with it. There's an interesting story. I did some research on Waco. As I've told you, I've done a lot of research. And in many instances, I've not only been there, I've done that, and I've been on the scene. I've spent most of my retirement money investigating these matters, including Oklahoma City, and I'll go into that in just a minute, 911 and so forth. But in Waco, there were 4 BATF agents who were shot and killed. Some of the Branch Davidians were tried, sentenced for these, quote, murders, and are serving prison terms today, probably for life. In researching the 4 BATF agents who were shot, I learned every one of them was shot in the head. Now, for those of you who have been in the military, that's a sniper shot. No question about it. One of them, the bullet, the trajectory of the bullet was from above, down through his lip, and into his body. Probably from a helicopter. It's interesting to note that these 4 men, BATF agents, at one time were all bodyguards for former President Bill Clinton. That was Waco. Ruby Ridge. Randy Weaver was set up by a BATF, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms informant. He bought a shotgun that was about 1/4 of an inch too short by law. They arrested him and served him with a warrant. He refused to appear before the courts, and they sent an army after him. Horiuchi, the FBI sharpshooter, shot and killed his wife while she was standing in the doorway. He used to brag about it, what a great shot he was. Another instance where they tried to railroad good, loyal American who fell in a trap. And then we have the 1993, continuing with the great conspiracy. I call this a great conspiracy, and that's what it is. Car bombing of the World Trade Center. I have a copy of the New York Times, October 28, 1993. And in the article, this was reporting from the trial that took place, an FBI informant named Salam, who was in among the terrorists, testified that he was commissioned by the terrorists to put the bomb together, the car bomb together, to bomb the World Trade Center in February 1993. And fortunately for him, when he met with the terrorists, he wore a body mic so he could record every word that was said. Unknown to the FBI, when he met with the FBI, he also wore a body mic. That was probably what kept him from being set up and framed and sent to prison. This is actually in this newspaper article. He went to his FBI superiors, says, I've been commissioned to put the bomb together. We're going to use a dummy bomb, aren't we? And he was told by his FBI superiors, no, we're going to use a real bomb. Now, I don't understand why Congress and Senate, investigators, and our leaders in Washington, D.C. are not jumping up and down over that situation. The FBI not only knew in advance of the car bombing. They furnished the ingredients for the bomb. Why doesn't somebody take some action in that area? Why doesn't somebody investigate this international child kidnapping ring being operated by the CIA? Why are these congressmen voting on bills like the Patriot Act, which takes away many of our constitutional rights and civil liberties in the best interests of, quote, protection for our country and protection from the terrorists? Let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. There are people in our government, a rogue outfit, whatever, I'm not sure, who are actually behind these terrorist acts. And the reason they're behind the terrorist acts is so they can pass bills like the Patriot Act. And the reason the congressmen and the senators vote for these stupid bills, stupid by our terms and our definition, is because many of them have been set up and framed through sex and drugs. So then we have Oklahoma City, 1995. I personally made 2 trips to Oklahoma City. I investigated Oklahoma City. Because of my report, the defense attorney for Timothy McVeigh sent 2 of his investigators to interview me. I spent 4 hours with them. Actually, I got a lot of information out of them. For example, they told me that they were allowed to tour the remains of the Murrah building in Oklahoma City in the presence of a U.S. Marshal, but they were not allowed under any circumstances to take soil samples or to pick up any evidence for examination. Stephen Jones was their attorney. I heard that they were going to tear down the building. Now, you can trace bombs through what they call the taggants, the chemicals. When I heard this, I called John DeCamp. I said, John, we've got to prevent the building from coming down. And I actually called an outfit in Chicago, the Pat Kennedy Group, who were specialists in examining evidence of this type. And John called McVeigh's attorney, Jones, and because John had a client he was representing, who was involved in the case, Jones said, I'll handle the paper, we'll have a hearing, we will prevent that building from coming down. The next thing we heard, the building was coming down. John called Jones, what's going on? And he had no good answer for it. That was evidence. I've been at many a crime scene. It is critical that the evidence be preserved. That was a huge cover-up. McVeigh wrote a letter to his sister. McVeigh was in Special Forces. The government says, military says, oh no, he flunked out. He didn't flunk out. He was recruited out of Special Forces, according to him, a letter he wrote to his sister, to be trained to be a CIA assassin and also to work for the CIA international drug operation, both against the competition and for the CIA pro-drug people. McVeigh was, in my opinion, an MK-Ultra mind control victim. He was visited in prison in Oklahoma and in Colorado by Dr. Jolly West. This was secret, by the way. I happened to find out because I made some phone calls to the right people. Jolly West was one of the foremost leaders, along with Sidney Gottlieb, in the CIA's MK-Ultra mind control operation.
Latina, hello.
Why would somebody like Jolly West go interview McVeigh, not only in Oklahoma, but also in Colorado during the trial? Because he was a mind control victim himself. At one time, it was reported, I think in the U.S. News and World Report, that McVeigh had a microchip in his buttocks. Our military reportedly have been using microchips to keep track of their soldiers. The bomb in the truck allegedly was a fertilizer bomb. The government first announced that it was a 1,500-pound bomb and then a 2,500-pound bomb, and I think it ended up being 4,800 pounds. That bomb that was in the truck destroyed half the building. A 4,800-pound fertilizer bomb, ammonium nitrate fertilizer bomb, dissipates and did not have the potential, the possibility of destroying that much of the building. After the Oklahoma City bomb went off, I had a call from a friend of mine, Michael Riconosciuto. For those of you who are making notes, look up in the internet, Riconosciuto. Michael Riconosciuto. I've been working with Michael since the early 1980s, 82 is when I first met him. He was a CIA agent, operative for some 2 decades. He was also an FBI informant at one time. His father owned the Hercules Manufacturing in Silicon Valley, California. Hercules Manufacturing developed what is known as the electro-hydrodynamic gaseous fuel device, which is a highly classified bomb. The bomb was actually manufactured by Dyno Nobel out of Salt Lake City. Now, Michael, in the meantime, is in jail now, right today. In fact, I talked to him yesterday because he started to talk before the Brooks Committee about a very interesting case involving the PROMIS software. The PROMIS software was in a computer operation that developed all kinds of intelligence information on you and I and every citizen in America. The Department of Justice leased it for 2 years. At the end of 2 years, they refused to pay Bill and Nancy Hamilton the $10 million they owed them. Then the Department of Justice, through Earl Bryant, past president of United Press International, took that computer and sold it around the world. Sold it to the French, to the English, Israelis, Canadians. Unknown to these foreign countries, the officials in these foreign countries, there was a trap door in the computer. Very clever, huh? A trap door secretly allowed us, the U.S. government, to retrieve all the information they developed. Michael Riconosciuto was the CIA agent who developed the trap door in the PROMIS software computer. And when Congress started to investigate it in the late 1980s, they called on Michael, and we want you to testify. Michael received a threatening phone call 2 weeks before he was to testify. He claimed from a fellow named Vietnix, Peter Vietnix, U.S. Department of Justice, if you testify, you'll be sorry. Michael testified anyway. A few weeks later, was arrested for drugs, is now serving a 30-year prison sentence because he dared to expose these nefarious activities by this rogue criminal enterprise operating within the confines of the U.S. government. I got off a little on, I gave you a little background on Michael. Going back to Oklahoma City now, I want you to understand who Michael is. He's not some guy walking down the street with a grocery basket looking for a recycling center, okay? He has credibility. Now, Michael called me right after the Oklahoma City bomb went off, and he said, Ted, he called from prison, by the way, that's my bomb, meaning that Hercules developed it. That was not an ammonium nitrate bomb. Now, when that bomb was tested in 1982, I happened to be with a group of intelligence agents in Palm Springs waiting for the results of that test. It was tested in Area 51. It was underestimated because the power, it was so powerful that 2 of the technicians died. They underestimated the strength of it. This, I'll call it a barometric bomb. This barometric bomb, according to Michael, was what was in the car, not a fertilizer bomb. I have an Oklahoma City report on that. So what did I do as an investigator? Well, I went to the Pickaninny arsenal in New Jersey. And I gave him the contract number, which I obtained through a science magazine. One of my associates actually did the research on that. And I gave the Picatinny Arsenal contract number. This is public, available to the public, by the way. And the Picatinny Arsenal came back and said there's no such contract here, even though I had the contract number. By the way, that's documented in my report. And I went to Dyna Nobel, who I knew manufactured it, and they didn't even bother to respond. It's interesting to note that a Dyna Nobel expert witness testified at the grand jury when they indicted McVeigh. In September of 1995, some 5 or 6 months after the 19th of April, 1995, Oklahoma City, in September, there was I lost my train of thought there for a minute. Oh, there was an article in Fireman's Magazine. It was written by the editor of Fireman's Magazine. The information was obtained from the Oklahoma City Fire Department. And in that article, again, that's in my report, in that article, it states,
try to be a good boy,
that 4 unexploded devices were taken out of the building. When people were in the building after the bombing, dying, they discontinued the rescue efforts for some 5 hours while they carried out a bunch of government files, men in blue suits of some sort, sweatsuits. So what I'm telling you is Oklahoma City was perpetrated by certainly people other than McVeigh and Nichols. And now Roger Moore, if you read the paper recently, the gun dealer who claims that he was robbed of his guns in Arkansas and that money was used to finance the Oklahoma City bombing. Roger Moore has been accused by Terry Nichols of being involved in it.
Good night,
Roger
Christy.
Moore.
And thank you, girl, for
Denies it.
hanging out with us.
Roger Moore, at the time of the Oklahoma City bombing, was an FBI informant. I had an inside investigator in Oklahoma City tell me that there were at least 11 other individuals involved in Oklahoma City. Okay, that brings us up. We've gone through Pearl Harbor, Waco, Ruby Ridge, car bombing 93, Oklahoma City 95. That brings us up to 9/11. As I said, Michael's in prison. I'm his, quote, investigator of record, which means I'm like an attorney. I should have access to him on a regular basis. I represent this man. For a year prior to 9/11, actually a year and a half, I tried to get in and see Michael. He was in prison in northern Pennsylvania. I was in the Philadelphia area. The Bureau of Prisons would not allow me to see him. I finally was able to talk to Michael in January 2003. I flew to the East Coast, spent 3 days with him. Michael
Same to you,
told
Van.
me that he had developed information from
Take
among
care,
his
Van.
contacts in advance of 9/11 that they were going involved in using missiles, airplane missiles, and they were going involved in skyjackings. They were training Arab terrorists, and also he knew the identity of the person in the United States, an Arab who lived in Patterson, New Jersey, who was the leader of terrorist activity by the Arabs in this country. Now, Michael had this information because you're saying, how could Michael develop this information being in prison? Because I met with Osama bin Laden, along with Michael, along with the State Department representative in the spring of 1986. At that time, I was contacted by former top Ronnie Reagan official who said, can we help the Afghan rebels? They were our friends then. And I called Michael. I said, what do you think? And he said, let's meet. So there was a fourth fellow there. We didn't know at the time it was Osama bin Laden. Has actually used the name Tim Osman, traveling under Turkish passport. But because of Michael, I passed the ball to him. I just arranged for the meeting and went on. But Michael traveled all over the world putting this package together to furnish the Afghan rebels with the surface-to-air missiles that defeated the Soviets, really shot down their helicopters. As a result of this, Michael developed sources inside the Arab world. And that's how Michael knew in advance about 9/11. Michael told the FBI on March the 20th, 2001, about this plan to use skyjack airplanes and use them as missiles. He also furnished to the FBI one of his sources, one of his confidential sources inside the Arab group. The FBI interviewed him, threatened him with prosecution, and deported him. That man, along with his family, have disappeared. We think that they're dead. The FBI refused, absolutely refused to look into this situation. More shocking is that Michael had the names of the people who were obtaining the false names of the people, the Arabs who were obtaining false passports, had their names. He had the source who could furnish him that information. He told FBI agent Keith Kutry, March 20th, 2001, excuse me. He told Kutry, he says, I'll give you these names, the name of this person who's coordinating the whole project for the Arabs, providing I be given immunity and he be given immunity. Mr. Kutry, in spite of the fact he was armed with this information 6 months prior to 9/11, came back 2 days after 9/11 on the 13th and saw Michael in prison again. Accused Michael of being anti-government, anti-FBI, being a publicity seeker, and so forth, being disloyal. And so Michael, of course, didn't have much to say after that. Michael's still in prison, as I said. But we had this information, the FBI had this information, did nothing with it. Kutry admitted on September the 13th, admitted that the FBI did nothing with it. So after I visited Michael, excuse me, 2003, I felt it was important that I confirm that the FBI did meet with him. The Bureau of Prisons would not furnish Michael with the visitors list to confirm it. And so I started writing letters to the FBI through Senator George Allen. Oh, thank you. Thank you. And to confirm that he did in fact meet with them, I wanted to document it. I also asked for the identity of the other agent who was with Agent Kutry. And I had a terrible time. It took me a year and a half writing letters to the FBI to get them to admit that they'd interviewed Michael on March the 20th, 2001. I finally did have that information. That information is available again in one of my reports, my terrorism report that I have in the back. So that basically brings me up to the present time. I think my time is up. But I feel compelled, as a former FBI agent, I had all this training, and I feel compelled to do everything I can to educate as many fellow Americans as I can as to what's going on behind the scenes. We have been operated and orchestrated primarily by U.S. military intelligence, covert criminal enterprise involving the FBI and the CIA, active in this country today. It's being covered up right from the beginning. They're using FBI informants to set up and frame people. By the way, they tried to frame me on a drug deal back in 1984 and didn't work. The girl that they used to try to frame me contacted me, said, I need to meet with you. We met. She told me the whole story. I took a signed statement from her. Her name is Pam Fawcett. And I said to Pam, Pam, you're working for these people, the DEA and the FBI and Modesto, by the way. She was making phone calls to me. I said, you're working with the people trying to set me up. Why have you, and of course, in the phone calls, she kept saying, trying to get me to make admissions that had knowledge of a felony. And I wouldn't. I said, I don't have any knowledge of that. Or was involved in a felony, actually. I said, Pam, look, you were working with these people for 6 months. They gave you $2,000. You had the run of the FBI office. You had your own coffee cup. Why did you come to me and tell me this now? And I'd helped her, give her a little advice about her 14-year-old son in the interim, you know, talking back and forth as any individual would do who might be able to help. And she said, Ted, I woke up the other morning and I realized you're the only honest son of a bitch I've talked to in 6 months. Those were her exact words. The FBI not only tried to set me up on a drug deal, I've also been the victim of 4 separate investigations. They tried to set me up on a fraud case in Dallas. And most recently, very frankly, I've been under surveillance, heavy surveillance. I've had illegal entries into my car, into my apartment. There's been attempts to gas me within the last month. And I was able to anticipate it and avoid it. But they don't want people like me out telling the truth. And that's what I'm doing. And I will not stop. I will continue to do so in the future.
Yeah, I love him.
So that's basically it. I brought you from 1776 to the present time. We went through one conspiracy after another. Brian Gimble was interviewing Jim Nichols, Terry Nichols' brother, on national TV after the Oklahoma City bombing, by the way. And I had given Jim Nichols my Oklahoma City bombing report.
I don't believe he is, Miss Minder Sue. I believe that some nefarious activity took place with him shortly after this interview. Best I remember, anyway.
And Jim said to Brian Gumble, he says, have you read Ted Gunderson's Oklahoma City report? And Gumble says, oh, Ted Gunderson's a conspiracy theorist. I want you to know I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm a conspiracy realist.
There you go. There you go.
It is there. All you have to do is get your own website, get your own internet, go out. There's a lot of disinformation out there, but you can pick out what's really solid and what's really truthful. And I have 25 years of research on that back table back there. And if you buy any of my reports or this videotape or any of my material, I want you to make a promise that you will make copies and distribute it far and wide. We need to wake up America. Right now, let me emphasize again, I'm not anti-American. I don't believe in violence. I believe in change through legal means. But we need to wake up an apathetic, sleeping society that is active in America today. And this not only ties into MK Ultra, CIA, it ties into Satanism. There are approximately 4 million practicing Satanists in America today involved in the Nebraska case. And I can go on about satanic cults for another hour, but I think my time is almost up. I might mention that, speaking of Satanism, there are between 50 and 60,000 human sacrifices, according to 3 different sources, in this country every year. The satanic cults operate secretly. The satanic cults are, along with our covert criminal enterprise within the government, a serious threat to our society. And I thank you very much.
Well, that guy, in my opinion, should have been the director of the entire FBI, not just the Dallas area or the Los Angeles area, but what we think don't seem to matter much. What any of us think. All right, let's see. Down that one. Try this one.
Alliance of Developing States made a historic step in 2023, inviting a dynamic assembly of nations into their fold: Saudi Arabia, Iran, Ethiopia, Egypt, and the United Arab Emirates. This strategic move accelerates the shift in the global economic landscapes as its centers of power transforms.
I appreciate being invited to join the BRICS and look forward to coordinating with the group to achieve its goals and supporting economic cooperation.
A great moment for Ethiopia as the BRICS leaders endorse our entry into this group today. Ethiopia stands ready to cooperate with all for an inclusive and prosperous global order.
Going to the global south, that's the most important aspect we're focusing on at the moment, and that will grow. Joining the BRICS will add a lot to the United Arab Emirates' multilateral support to the world.
With the new incoming members, the group will consist of almost half of the world's population and around a third of global GDP. In terms of purchasing power parity, the expanded BRICS even surpasses the G7, an institution that claims to represent the main democratic economies, but excludes the likes of China, India, and Russia.
Since the first BRICS summit, our share in the global economy has been increasing, and now we have already surpassed the G7. By diversifying our economies and currencies, we promote cooperation between developing countries. We cannot accept a new form of colonialism that imposes trade barriers and discriminative measures.
Many agree that the role and importance of the G7 has been diminished by the rise of the developing world. And as BRICS opened its doors to new members, an undertone of promises resonated across the international stage, with many of the leaders lauding the expansion as historic.
This membership expansion is historic. It shows the determination of BRICS countries for unity and cooperation with fellow developing countries. It meets the expectation of the international community and the common interests of the emerging market countries and developing countries.
The aspirations of many states to join the BRICS group highlights the appeal of BRICS' potential to level the uneven global playing field. However, the journey towards collective development has its own setbacks. Recently, Argentina's president-elect declined the BRICS invitation. In recent years, Buenos Aires has sought stronger ties with China and membership of the bloc. But with the recent election of the right-wing president, Javier Milei, Argentina's approach has changed.
We will not enter the BRICS.
We open up possibilities of joining new markets, of consolidating existing markets, of raising investment coming in, of creating jobs and raising imports.
Perhaps the new geopolitical strategy of Buenos Aires is to align with the West, while BRICS sees its growth not in political alignment, but rather in joint development and cooperation.
The expansion should be seen as an extension of BRICS countries for unity and cooperation with a broader set of developing countries. It is not an anti-Western coalition, as most would like to believe.
It's in this unity and cooperation that BRICS now possesses the tools to shape global economic governance.
We intend to contribute in every possible way to increasing the role of the BRICS in global affairs.
The expansion also means the BRICS alliance controls around 40% of the world's oil reserves, with multiple member states all in the top 10 oil-producing countries. The dominance of the US dollar, on the other hand, is partly fueled by the petrodollar deal between the United States and Saudi Arabia that oil must be sold in the US currency. But recently, there has been talks of Riyadh negotiating sales in Chinese yuan with Beijing, which could also deal a blow to the greenback, already facing challenges to its supremacy. And with BRICS pursuing a global drop in dollar dependence, major changes could be on the horizon.
The creation of a currency for commercial transactions and investments between BRICS members increases our payment conditions and reduces our vulnerabilities. The multilateral trading system must be revitalized so that it returns to acting as a tool for fair, predictable, equitable, and non-discriminatory trade.
When the BRICS members meet in Russia next year, they will need a bigger stage than ever before. With its expansion, the
Hello, Cool Channel. Don't know what happened to sound there. Oh, crap. Guess it turned itself down. I didn't. Huh. Well, I don't know, but I guess you just didn't want to talk no more. How's it going, Cool Channel name? Good to see you and welcome. All right now, so on to the next one, I guess. If I was a guessing man, that's what I'd guess, so I'm a guessing. Being as I'm a guessing man.
This. We all know that the media lies. Now, back in the day, before we had internet and before 2020, way before that, we had to rely on the media to basically tell us the truth. And I guess a lot of people, this has been all of our life. So we thought they were telling us the truth most of our lives. And up until 2020, most of us just accepted what they said, whether we believed it or not, and just went on with our day. Now, 2020 hits. Now, think back to what happened. The media got exposed for all their lies, and we saw through it. So we, as a collective, decided that we aren't going to trust them anymore, ever. And see, all of our lives, they have used psychological manipulation to condition us to want to be spoon-fed. And in 2020, that kind of ended. So we went from accepting what they said to believing nothing that they said. I don't know about you, but I said to myself, I'm never going to blindly trust.
Well, cool. I don't know about the other people here that in the chat and thing, but believe me, I'm with you on that. On this right here. Oh, wrong one. This right here. I'm definitely with you, brother or sister, whichever. But believe me, I think just about everybody here thinks the same way as you do, or as we do now. All right, so
Anyone or blindly believe anything unless I can prove it to myself. And then what happened? I don't know. People like Charlie Ward and Simon Parks and a whole bunch of people. I'm not going to name them all, but they all come out of nowhere and they have intel and they have information. And since we've been lied to all of our life, I myself listened to a lot of what they said. Now, I'm not saying I believed it all, but I listened. So here's where a lot of you might disagree with me and say that I'm blackpilling or whatever, but I'm really not. I'm thinking logically, and as the years went by and we see the pattern of the manipulation, it just becomes more clear to me. So what we've experienced is brainwashing of mainstream media, and then in 2020, we all of a sudden hit a new wave of brainwashing, which was, I guess, influencers. Why they called that, I don't know. But we've had podcasters and people on videos and websites and things like that that are influencing what we should believe. But I've never seen proof of any of it. Like this. This is not a med bed. Look it up. ZapX. This isn't going to go over well, but Nasara. Yeah. This is a meme. Find me the actual law that says this. I'll wait. Who started the 34 satanic buildings? I'm sure there's more than 34, don't you think? One of the main culprits for information was Operation Disclosure. And we're all going to get a new phone. We're all going to get a new computer. And I'll tell you what, they actually went through with it. They actually have a website where you can pre-order your Q phone. Here you go. Q phone launch, pre-order. Go ahead, I dare you. And this just happens to be from the current Operation Disclosure report. Pause to read. It says the EBS, 8-hour movies 3 times a day. Who said that? Q never said it. Trump never said it. Okay. And we're going to get 7 trumpets. Again, who said that? Trump never said it and Q never said it. The phones will only work for 911. Well, whatever. But here's the thing. Signal, I contacted the Signal company. They said absolutely no, it will not work on satellite. Absolutely not. It has to have an operating system on the internet. But that's okay. It's going to work because this people.
Well, good night, Miss Lisa, and thanks for joining us tonight. Really appreciate you. Thank you, Lisa. Have a great night, too. And tomorrow and the rest of the week.
These people tell us it's going to work. So believe them. The internet, of course, that could go down. But here's the thing. It's Operation Disclosure that is telling us this. But where are they getting their information? Who in authority is giving it to them? This is the only thing that Q ever said about an EBS. Pause to read. It basically says the emergency broadcast system is only going to be used to get around the Mockingbird media when they have to. We don't even know if we're going to get it. It's just an option. And that's Q34 for those that want to look it up. And we've been telling you only less than 10 people really know the plan. And operators will never divulge. They won't leak anything. And understand that they planned disinformation. You are witnessing the greatest coordinated disinformation campaign ever. Information warfare. Information warfare. Again, I am in no way trying to burst anybody's bubble or black pill anyone. But you got to get prepared, because when things don't go the way Charlie Ward told us or Judy Byington, remember, Q told us
He certainly did. Q told us a lot of things. Just like she was saying there, nothing is as it seems. Nothing. So, you think the good guys are good. A lot of them, if maybe not all of them, will turn out to be bad. Think the bad guys are bad. Well, they may all turn out to be good. Like Elon Musk. Man, I'm telling you, I'm beginning to think that Elon might be one of the best guys out there. Not saying that he is, but I'm saying, if my mind is starting to change a little bit. It wouldn't take much to keep it right where it's at, though. Hadn't made up my mind totally about him yet, but man, I'm telling you, he sure seems to be doing a lot of things that a white hat would do. All right. This is pretty good here, too, I thought. And yet some of us still wonder how they're doing these things and making certain people, it's like they're stealing power or whatever. Well, that might be one of the ways. I'm just saying that, like you just said, nothing is as it seems. I think this is let's see here. Nope. I played that one. All right, we'll do this one then. Now this is pretty good too.
Blow your mind. Look at Ephesians 6, verse 12. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Right, so that's the King James. Now look what it says in the Geneva Bible. This one is from 1560. This is before the King James. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, and against the worldly governors, the princes of darkness of this world. And notice how it didn't use against again, which means the worldly governors are the princes of darkness of this world, and against spiritual wickedness, which are in the high places. So not only are we in a spiritual battle, we're also being attacked by the worldly governors, the princes of darkness of this world. If you research why he had it translated this way, was because certain things threatened his authority and his power. He also removed all 15 books of the Apocrypha, which are all in the Geneva Bible. King James literally banned the Geneva Bible, and it was for a reason. The Geneva Bible came before the King James. Let me know if you guys want a part 2 where I expose more of it.
Well, go ahead and expose more of it then. I'm letting you know right now. I thought it was pretty good myself. Maybe y'all didn't, but I did. All right, let's see here now.
And this. In the 1920s, the military accidentally invented night vision goggles that could see into the astral realm. You see, a scientist named Walter Kilner invented a blue substance called dicyanin, which was the main ingredient in the night vision goggles just given to the military. But when the soldiers had put them on, they were seeing things that they could not see with the naked eye. You see, when the pilots went to go fight the Vietnam War, they were wearing those goggles and started firing on each other. Yeah, their own people, claiming that they were firing at demons. The military then recalled the goggles and banned dicyanin, making it illegal. Some people that have dicyanin goggles today post videos of them seeing their own aura and other people's aura. And this man here claims that when he looks through dicyanin glass, he could see UFOs in the sky hidden from the naked eye.
А теперь смотрите прикол. Оба нахуй. Вот она, блядь. Так, ну-ка, сейчас.
But what do you think? Is this all a bunch of nonsense? Or is this our way of seeing in another realm?
It sounded to me like it might have been another way of seeing into a way of seeing into another realm. Let me find that link for Indy right quick. I don't remember which one it was. Let's see. It was on the Bible. Got to figure out which one it was. There it is right here. It's supposed to be at Indy. I hope it is. It said that was it. It said, this is it. You know, just go ahead and take it and give it to Indy because it's the right one. So if it's not, then it lied. All right. So let's see here. Now I'm going to have to find something else to put up here. I don't remember what this one was. I know I watched it, but oh yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Let me go ahead and get another one ready while I'm over here. All right. So now back to there. And over to here.
Is that a lot of people do drop dead precisely because you are armed to the teeth, and you'd like everybody else to be.
Not true at all.
80 people.
Write this down. See, you're so rich.
You write this down. 80 people a day die in America from gunshots.
And 75 of them to 78 of them, statistics by the Uniform Crime Report by the FBI and the UN study on violent crime, 78 of those 80 are let out of their cages by corrupt judges and prosecutors who know that recidivism is out of control, know that they'll commit the crimes again, and they let them walk through plea bargaining, early release, and programs.
They still
Kiss
can't-
my ass.
Yeah.
Where you have the most armed citizens in America,
Yeah.
you have the
I understand.
lowest violent crime rate, where you have the worst gun control, you have the highest crime rate. Piers, choose one. Do you want a lot of crime? We have it. Gun-free zones. Do you want less crime? We have that. More people with concealed weapons permit. Why do you guys resist that statistic?
Well, don't say you guys.
It's you guys.
No.
Well, unless you're playing the devil's advocate.
I can play any advocate I like.
You're
It's
doing
my
a fine
show.
job.
Right.
You're playing the idiot's advocate
it's
here.
not- that's not the idiot's
More
advocate.
guns equals less crime.
You're-
Period.
Let
There
me
should be
put
restrictions.
something to you. If you think it's wrong, tell me. They should be made available with some restrictions, but not many, from the gun lobby arguments I've read.
Which
And then
exists right
actually,
now.
the reason is if you made them illegal, they'd all be freely available anyway. But with drugs, you say do not make them freely available, make them illegal, even though you know and I know that drives them underground and probably more people get access to them.
Pierce, I don't
What's
know,
the
I don't
difference?
know why you guys either don't study the information or you just resist it. I think you're resisting it. In America, where you have more citizens with guns on their person, you have a dramatic reduction in violent crime. In those areas called gun-free zones, you have a outrageous increase in the loss of innocent lives. That's the choice. Which one would you make? And in America, legally owned guns are used millions of times a year to save innocent lives. You certainly don't believe in calling 911 to stop evil in your home, do you? You don't believe that being unarmed and helpless is a desirable condition? You think unarmed and helpless is something you can control over me? That's weird.
Well, you're putting a lot of words into my mouth. What I do believe is where you dramatically increase the prevalence of guns, more people will die from
missing-
guns.
no,
and you
false.
don't believe that.
Not only do I
And
believe,
yet
the FBI
countries-
doesn't believe it. The FBI recent report, in those jurisdictions where more people have concealed weapons permits, that doesn't mean a gun in the truck or in the safe. It means a gun in their belt. In those jurisdictions, you have not only a dramatic decrease in violent crime, but a personal assault type crimes, carjacking, rape, home invasions. They don't just go down, Pierce. They go away. Now that you know that, why wouldn't you help me
No, but
create
let's take
more
another
safe
break.
areas?
That figures. His bodyguards carry guns. Pierce's do. Figure. Not a surprise at all. Not at all. Be a surprise if they didn't. But Ted was telling him how to eat the cabbage, wasn't he? Let's see here. Let's see, said the blind man. Now, this guy is just on a little bit of a rant, but, you know, see what y'all think.
169. That's the number of paramilitary groups in the United States alone. 169. You know, if you were to look up what a militia is, which is protected by the United States Constitution, right? A regulated militia, right? These guys have got rank structures. There are so many of them. There are millions of them across the country. And the paramilitary groups, my God, there's really no telling. And if you've never been, and I know you've never seen it or you would not have made that comment. If you've never been to any of these rallies or any of the events where these guys are showing off their licensed weapons, I mean, I watched a couple of guys with pickup trucks with mounted 50s in the back, and they were bouncing 50-gallon drums like they were toys from about 100 yards away, and just having fun with it, and just spending hundreds and thousands of dollars, you know, in ammunition to make those barrels bounce around for a crowd. I mean, it would really surprise you to know how many Americans are extremely organized and very well prepared. And I know there's people out there right now going, oh, no, these Americans are confused. They don't even know which doors to use. Listen, you're talking about 1% of the population. There are millions of Americans ready to answer the call There's a lot of them that'll go to their compounds and take care of their people. But there are millions of Americans that will answer the call to defend this country against any enemy, foreign or domestic. We actually do a whole oath to it, and they're very organized. It would actually scare you to know how well organized they are. It really, a lot of you have no idea. But just know, have you ever seen a pack of motorcycles about 100 deep riding down the road, 2 by 2, tire to tire? I mean, when you understand the kind of organization that it takes to get these people together at the same time and place and to ride for hundreds of miles or more, over 1,000 miles, right? To get to the same destination for one goal. You really think that all that organization is going to end if we're attacked here in America? No, that organization will just get better. You think they're going to cut communications and we can't talk? You think we're not prepared for that? Guys, it wouldn't matter. Cut communications. You're not going to kill the American spirit. And you can sit here all day long and try to convince us that Americans are weak and they won't stand up for their country. I don't know why you would think Americans are the only population on the planet that won't defend our homeland. You see what the hell we do overseas. Hey, peace and love. I'm out.
Time out. He said, I heard him when he said it. All right, a couple more here, a couple more. At least a couple more. Make sure it's showing. And it appears to be.
2024. And yes, Bill Clinton woke up this morning trending to the news that he has been identified as Doe 36 in the Virginia Giuffre, Ghislaine Maxwell civil suit, where the transcripts of that civil suit are set to be released any day now. Now, I want to give a word of advice to my audience. Anytime you see Epstein list trending, that is when we start to see a lot of fake lists.
Yes, Latina, I know who it is.
So I want to give my audience a tutorial on how to find the documents when they drop. And just a reminder, I'm actually not expecting the documents to drop tomorrow because of this order that Judge Pressa gave Doe 107 a 30-day extension. So I'm thinking these documents are going to be more like towards the end of this month. But let me show you how to find them. Okay, and here we go. You're going to go to your favorite search browser. You're going to type in Giuffre v. Maxwell, and that is going to pull up a host of websites that actually host the documents. My favorite site to go to is Court Listener. It is free. Tap on that, and that will take you automatically to the running history of all the dockets that are publicly available for this case. You see, you can click on them, you can download them, any that are completely unsealed and available to the public. You can also, in this I highly recommend, is go to that Get Alerts and sign up and get on an alert, and you'll actually get emailed when these documents get unsealed.
You'll actually get emailed when those documents get unsealed. What more could you ask for? I may just do that myself. I don't know. Now, let's see here. Let's see. Make sure it's showing. There he is. Now, I thought this one was pretty good, too, so y'all see what you think.
Government faked the Apollo moon landings to assert dominance in the space race?
No, to make money, actually, mostly to make money. But yes, it actually absolutely was false. The amount of money that NASA has been able to bleed out of the government, actually out of your pockets because of taxation and things like that, has been extraordinary. And of course, it's just funded the cabal. So NASA is a cabal entity, and pretty much almost everything that they have represented to people has been false, to encourage, of course, to justify, of course, their extraordinary hoarding of money. People would say spending of money, but it's actually been a hoarding of money. And so they have to keep up the facade, and they have to artificiate all kinds of things that look like they're doing spectacular things. So people will just be like, oh, yes, we are so happy that you are taking more money from us because we are really doing some fantastic things.
And that's the name of that team. It'd be nice if they'd make those videos a little longer, you know, and go into detail more, but they don't do it. So I don't guess there's anything you can do about it other than write them and gripe. You know, I'm not a gripey type of person, so, and I don't like writing. I don't like reading either, and I don't like reading what I'm writing. All right. From Joe Rambo, 3-term president. If you have never seen this, it will be the most enlightening and educational 9 minutes and 41 seconds you watch today. Share this. Truth matters. This was aired 2 months before the 2020 election. PAD, so that's President's Emergency Action something. I get the, but I know what it is. It's how Trump is operating now, as a matter of fact, as commander-in-chief. But anyway, Trump has dropped hint after hint that Joe Biden is not actually resident. Well, he is the resident, but, you know, we can see with our own eyes that it's not him. Trump has even told us point blank that it's not him. He is, you know, he was announced as 45, 46, and 47th president of the U.S. He told us that we are kind of his second term right now, in his second term right now. He held up the book showing the presidential seal as his ID. Well, how could this all be pulled off? This might just be the answer.
The President of the United States is often called the most powerful person on earth. But where do those powers begin and end? A question for senior contributor Ted Koppel to consider.
The power of the president is enormous.
I have the absolute right to declare a national emergency.
And this president is not bashful in describing powers that go well beyond simple declarations.
The authority is total, and that's the way it's got to be. The authority is total.
There are, it's true, some restraints on most presidential authority, but those might not apply to all the president's powers.
They have the right to do a lot of things that people don't even know about.
We can't know for sure, but what the president appears to have been referring to are his Presidential Emergency Action Documents, often referred to as PADs. Former Senator Gary Hart.
Even though I've had security clearances for the better part of 50 years and been in and out of national security matters during that half century, I had never heard of these secret powers.
Do you know what they are now that you've heard of them?
Only vaguely, due to research done at the Brennan Center for Justice at New York University Law School. What these secret powers are, apparently, based on the research, is suspension of the Constitution, basically. And that's what's worrying, particularly on the eve of a national election.
These are essentially presidential orders that are drafted in anticipation of a range of hypothetical worst-case scenarios.
The Brennan Center research that Senator Hart referred to has been spearheaded by Elizabeth Goitein, the co-director of its national security program and a contributing writer at The Atlantic. Several times during his administration, President Trump has made allusions to secret powers that he has that we don't know about. Is he making that up?
Well, not exactly. And what's alarming about that is that no one really knows what the limits of those claimed authorities might be, because they are often developed and kept in secret.
Goitein says what little we do know about PADs comes from references to them in other documents, some of which are now declassified.
They originated in the Eisenhower administration as part of an effort to try to plan for a potential Soviet nuclear attack. But since then, they've expanded to address other types of emergencies as well. No presidential emergency action document has ever been released or even leaked. Not even Congress has access to them, which is really pretty extraordinary when you consider that even the most highly classified, covert military and intelligence operations have to be reported to at least 8 members of Congress, the Gang of 8.
You're saying they are not consulting with Congress.
Exactly. Congress is not aware of what's in these documents. And from public sources, we know that at least in the past, these documents have purported to do things that are not permitted by the Constitution. Things like martial law and the suspension of habeas corpus and the roundup and detention of people not suspected of any crime.
The reason these documents are secret is for 11 administrations, people in power did not want to frighten the American people or to demonstrate what might happen to their constitutional rights and liberties.
And keep going. And you're saying what they're for?
Well, every administration, including Democratic administrations, has revised and updated these powers. And I started contacting friends of mine of both parties who had been in senior positions. And I got 2 responses, or one response, which is, I never heard of these powers. And these are people in senior cabinet positions. Or I got no response at all. And it was the no response at all from people I knew that began to worry me, because there not only is secrecy around these powers, there is a mystery around the secrecy.
Tell me what you know about these PIADs.
I think I know as much about the PIADs as any other American citizen, which is almost nothing at all.
David Cole is National Legal Director of the American Civil Liberties Union, and he's concerned about the vast array of presidential emergency powers that we know about. Under the National Emergencies Act of 1976 alone,
it's funny, they weren't worried about these PIADs until Trump got into office. You never heard anybody mention a PIAD of any kind, a pecan, or anything else. But when Trump gets into office and leaves office, then Congress is, trying to impeach him and everything else to get his PIADs. And it's kind of hilarious to me.
The president can declare a national emergency just by signing a proclamation.
We've got a president who, in his first week in office, essentially declared an emergency to ban Muslims from coming into the country. More recently declared a widely understood to be a fake emergency in order to build a border wall when Congress told him they would not give him the funds to create a border wall. And most recently has declared that he may need to delay the election, which would be an emergency authority that doesn't even exist. So I think you have to be very concerned.
Which brings us back to those mysterious presidential emergency action documents. Tell me about those PIADs. You're the only person I have met so far who will even admit to knowing what the hell they are and having seen one. Yes, really. John Yoo is a law professor at the University of California, Berkeley. While serving at the Justice Department after 9/11, he drafted the memo that justified the use of enhanced interrogation of terrorism suspects. Just to reassure our viewers a little bit, John, you've seen these PIADs?
I am not allowed to say whether I have or not.
Let me put it this way. You were at the Justice Department. Presumably, the Justice Department would have had to deal with these PIADs if a president wanted to implement one.
Yes, that's a fair way to say. The Justice Department and the office I worked in would review the legality of the PIADs because they would draw on presidential powers and congressional powers delegated to them.
Just a couple of weeks ago, Professor Yoo was at the White House discussing executive power with President Trump.
Because you never know what the emergency is going to be. So these PIADs and similar contingency planning documents, when we look back historically at them, sometimes they seem comic.
The notion that there are executive powers based on something that has never been vetted by Congress, giving the president almost limitless powers to do what he needs to do in the event of a crisis. That's not funny to me. That's scary.
Oh, forgive me. I don't mean this whole question is comic. And you are right, Ted. There's dangers to that. And we've seen in our history where presidents have gone too far. I guess there's a balance, and I guess the founders, they balanced in favor of giving the president that kind of ability to face emergencies, even understanding that a badly intentioned president might abuse those powers.
These PIADs undergo periodic revision, and we know that the Department of Justice is in the middle of one of these periodic reviews and revisions. So we have to imagine what the Trump administration might be doing with these documents and what authorities this administration might be trying to give itself.
That's why the framers created the presidency, was because it could act quickly. I would want President Obama or President Biden to have the power to respond quickly to a hurricane or a terrorist attack, just as I would want President Trump to.
That's fairly benign, John. But what if what the president was planning to do was the suspension of habeas corpus? How would you feel about it then?
Now, I'd be the first to admit that in emergencies, the executive branch can make mistakes, and that's sometimes the price of swift action. Congress is more likely to get things right. The founders thought that, but Congress is too large and too slow to act decisively.
Having said that, Professor, you would be comfortable giving a few select members of Congress classified access to the secret PIADs. Gary Hart doesn't think that goes far enough.
I want them public because they affect the freedom and liberty and rights of every American citizen. I can't say it any better. This is a blueprint for dictatorship.
Why wouldn't you crying about
I
it
think
before
the
Trump
more
was?
attention it gets, the less likely those in power are going to use them.
We have so much publicity, Senator Hart. We have so many different voices.
These things have been used ever since the Eisenhower administration, and now they're going to start. It just blows my mind. They're going to start crying as soon as Trump comes in and it becomes president. And when he leaves, then they want to start crying and try to take the power away from him. But until then, they didn't have any problem with it whatsoever. And this is exactly how all the presidents, Obama, Clinton, you name it, have been running things things they wanted to get done behind the scenes without even when they weren't even president anymore. Just gets me to hear these people crying.
Is being raised in anger, in outrage, in fury. I'm not sure what a few more voices raising an issue like this, what impact that's going to have.
This goes to the core of our country and our founding. And
that's the end of that one. Well, Latina, I'm about to call it a night here. I got one more video to show, and then I'm going to call it a night. I don't know. You hadn't got a link for it or anything? Washington Oakville blogs. I've never heard of it before, but anyway, we can maybe do it on the next one. But as soon as I show this next video, I'm going to call it a night. As soon as I show this next video.
Year 2024. A few hours in and already a spicy one. Here is the biggest news thus far. For those that have said the military is the only way, here comes the cavalry. A few moments ago, an open letter to the American people was posted by veteran Brad Miller at BradMiller1010 on X, which is a declaration of military accountability signed by 231 retired and active military service members, which I will read to you. It is entitled An Open Letter to the American People from Signatories of this Declaration of Military Accountability. It begins with a quote from John Adams. Our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. Here's the letter. In the course of human events, it sometimes becomes necessary to admonish the lawless, encourage the faint-hearted, and strengthen the weak. We have reached just such a time in our history. The affairs of our nation are now steeped in avaricious corruption, and our once stalwart institutions, including the Department of Defense, are failing to fulfill the moral obligations upon which they are founded. Standing upon our natural and constitutional rights, We hereby apprise the American people that we have exhausted all internal efforts to rectify recent criminal activity within the armed forces. In the Declaration of Independence, our founding fathers sought separation. We seek no separation, but through this letter and the efforts we pledge herein, we pursue restoration through accountability. We intend to rebuild trust and restore the rule of law, particularly within the armed forces. Ultimately, we strive to once again become a moral people, restoring our nation and making it again worthy of the great gift of liberty won by the colonial era American people. While implementing the COVID-19 vaccine mandate, military leaders broke the law, trampled constitutional rights, denied informed consent, permitted unwilling medical experimentation, and suppressed the free exercise of religion. Service members and families were significantly harmed by these actions. Their suffering continues to be felt financially, emotionally, and physically. Some service members became part of our ever-growing veteran homeless population, some developed debilitating vaccine injuries, and some even lost their lives. In an apparent attempt to avoid accountability, military leaders are continuing to ignore our communications regarding these injuries and the laws that were broken. For General Milley, Admiral Grady, General McConville, Admiral Gilday, Admiral Letcher, General Brown, General Berger, General Smith, Vice Admiral Kilby, Vice Admiral Nowell, Vice Admiral Fuller, Lieutenant General Martin, Lieutenant General Davis, Major General Edmondson, General Williams, Admiral Fagan, Vice Admiral Buck, Lieutenant General Clark, Major General Francis, Lieutenant General Dingle, Lieutenant General Miller, Rear Admiral Gillingham, and numerous others. These individuals enabled lawlessness and the unwilling experimentation on service members. The moral and physical injuries they helped inflict are significant. They betrayed the trust of service members and the American people. Their actions caused irreparable harm to the armed forces and the institutions for which we have fought and bled. These leaders refuse to resign or take any.
Dennis Chap got that link for me. I'll go ahead and play that video. It's about a 10-minute video of the Oakville Blobs, or Oakville, let's see, what was it? Washington Oakville Blobs. I'll play it and then we'll call it a night.
Other action to hold themselves accountable, nor have they attempted to repair the harm their policies and actions have caused. Since there has yet to be any accountability, the undersigned give our word to do everything morally permissible and legally possible to hold our leadership accountable. We intend to rebuild trust by demonstrating that leaders cannot cast aside constitutional rights or the law for political expediency. The flag and general officers are far from the only ones complicit in recent illegal activities, as a significant number of senior executive service leaders and political appointees contributed.
Thank you, Miss Minor Sue, for coming and watching the videos. Thank you very much.
Evidence indicates that other executive agencies are engaging in illegal activity. However, as service members and veterans, we feel particularly responsible for the DoD, and in accordance with our oaths, we will make every effort to demonstrate by example how an institution can put its own house in order. We, the undersigned, on behalf of hundreds of thousands of service members and the American people, while appealing to the Supreme Judge of the world for guidance and purity of intention, mutually pledge to each other that we will do everything in our power through lawful word and action to hold accountable military leaders who failed to follow the law when their leadership and moral courage was most desperately needed. In the coming years, thousands within our network will run for Congress and seek appointments to executive branch offices, while those of us still serving on active duty will continue to put fulfilling our oaths ahead of striving for rank or position. For those who achieve the lawful authority to do so, we pledge to recall from retirement the military leaders who broke the law and will convene courts martial for the crimes they committed. For those of us who attain legislative offices, we pledge to introduce legislation to remove all retirement income for the military leaders who were criminally complicit, and we will ensure none serve in or retire from the senior executive service. This endeavor will be a continuous process with a long-term time horizon, but fulfilling our oaths to defend the Constitution requires just such pertinent vigilance. Likewise, we are obligated and so commit to train those who come after us to fulfill their duty in achieving this accountability and safeguarding against such leadership failures hereafter. Our nation was once great because it was good. It was built on moral principles founded in natural law, and yet the recent acceleration of moral relativism has us headed towards a precipitous implosion. While all good things come to an end, we refuse to allow our nation to go quietly into the depths of decadence and decay. We promise to exhaust all moral, ethical, and legal means to restore the rule of law, and will begin by attempting to hold senior military leaders accountable. The Constitution is the supreme law of our land. We will fight to enforce that law and put an end to the two-tiered justice system. May future generations see our efforts, and God willing, may they also be recipients of the great gift of liberty that we have had the honor of safeguarding. The letter was signed by these heroes, brave men and women who have vowed to honor their oaths and our Constitution. Thank you for your service and bravery to do what is right and hold those that have forgotten accountable. May God continue to walk with you all. Please pray for them. Share this letter, and may more join them in the battle for truth and justice. Thanks for listening.
Absolutely. And John, I hear you, brother. I've done several streams in the past about how they don't care about our fighting men and women. All they want is the war to make money with, and you know, a couple other things. But you're absolutely right, and I feel for you. Definitely feel for you. All right, so now we'll go try to figure out what these blobs are. The blobs, I'm saying, the blobs. Make sure it's showing. And it is.
Everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Today I've got a bit more of a classic mystery that if you grew up watching the show Unsolved Mysteries, this topic was covered in season 9 episode 6. So that being said, I'm kind of excited to take the ball and run with it. So let's get right into it.
Thank you, John.
This all begins on August 7th, 1994.
You have our
in
support.
The small town of Oakville, Washington, a location that is known for its heavy rainfall. However, this morning, the rainfall was a little bit different. In the early parts of the morning, a downpour of gelatinous blobs had started to occur. The blobs were translucent in nature and not that large, measuring in at about half the size of a grain of rice. While the first downpour took place at around 3 a.m. on August 7th, it was reported that this had occurred over about 20 square miles over the course of 3 weeks at various times. As time would pass, many of the residents who were exposed to this type of bizarre rain had become violently ill.
Sick, my wife got sick, my daughter, everybody that lived here got sick.
Everybody in the whole town came down with like a flu, only it was a really hard flu. It didn't last like 7 days, it lasted like 7 weeks, 2 or 3 months.
And it's also worth noting that many of the local pets and farm animals in the area got sick, and some end up passing away. One resident of Oakville at the time, Dottie Hearn, had stepped outside of her home, noticing that the gelatinous blobs were everywhere. She ended up picking some of the substance up, but later that day, she had been found lying on her bathroom floor. She was conscious, but not in good condition.
Pale. My mom had been vomiting
She had extreme vertigo. She complained that she had difficulty with her vision. Her vision was blurring.
Subsequently, Dottie Hearn was sent to the hospital after coming in contact with the blobs and suffering their ill effects, such as dizziness and nausea. Sunny Barclift, the daughter of Dottie Hearn, had also gotten sick by handling the blobs, and the symptoms that occurred from 4 to 8 weeks. This rightfully called into question whether the blobs were some sort of toxic substance, and over the years, many theories about what the blobs may have actually been have come into question. With the mystery here being, what was the substance? Was this some explainable phenomenon, or was this something far more nefarious?
The fastest way to increase the length of your manhood if you want to increase the size of your tool and make it stronger and harder is to go to your kitchen.
The doctor that treated Dottie Hearn for her symptoms concluded that she had suffered from an inner ear condition, and she herself acknowledged that the appearance of the blobs and her condition may have been a mere coincidence. A comment that Sunny made in an interview in 2015 indicated that Dottie had spent 4 days in the hospital. When released, her doctor stated that she didn't know what was wrong with her and simply stated it was some type of virus.
Mackie B.
In addition to elaborating on the length of her hospital stay, she also noted that the inner ear condition that Dottie was treated for is usually reoccurring, but she has not ever had those symptoms again, making this initial coincidence far more unlikely. Now, when Sunny Barclift had attended McCleary Hospital when her mother was getting
You're
treatment,
welcome, Lieutenant.
she had brought a sample and asked if the doctor there was willing to do a test on it. And while it appears that all they did was look under a microscope, this is where a human white blood cell was supposedly found. After finding the human white blood cell, this prompted the doctor there to come up with a theory. Perhaps the blobs were liquid waste droppings from a passing airplane. However, sometime after, the FAA was contacted about this idea, and they stated that the fluid waste from commercial planes was always dyed blue, and the blobs were translucent. So this didn't make any sense. However, this was in the end of Barclift's quest to get information on the material. First, she contacted the Washington State Health Laboratory and mailed a sample to a person who was assigned to the case by the name of Mike McDowell.
Uniform, there was no structure that we could see visibly or with a microscope. I set it up on various microbiological media and attempted to isolate bacteria.
Mike had studied the gel to see if anything would grow on it. It ended up producing 2 types of bacteria, which I will show on the screen now, but we will get more into these in a bit. For some reason, that could be a mistake. Unsolved Mysteries neglected to actually show what bacteria was found, so I want to go into more detail on that in a moment. And getting back to Mike McDowell, his research would actually get cut short. However, it was believed after his initial studying that this was used to transport some form of virus or bacteria. However, some point after this discovery was made, the samples went mysteriously missing from the lab. Something I've realized after looking into this topic is that someone definitely knows what's going on here. The sample was actually sent around to a few different locations, and that is very much so despite the fact that one of the samples went missing. Another sample was taken to the Department of Ecology, where they determined that it was organic material, noting that they did find a cell with a nucleus indicating that it was a biological creation that could have been a bacteria. However, no other further info was given. And almost a year later, after the blobs fell, Sunny took another sample that she had stored in a freezer to a private research lab. A microbiologist by the name of Tim Davis studied the sample and thought he had saw the remains of a eukaryotic, or a cell containing a nucleus within it. However, I will note this one seems to contradict a lot of the other findings, and I couldn't find much elaboration from Tim Davis or any public research. However, to this day, despite being sent to multiple labs, we've never gotten a definitive answer on why this substance fell over Oakville, Washington. And I also want to point out that Barclift herself has admitted that some information hasn't been released to the press. If you take a look online at many of the popular theories regarding this incident, the most popular that you will see is that many people believed that a bombing exercise had blew up a school of jellyfish, which then they evaporated into a rain cloud until they rained down upon Oakville, which was about 50 miles inland. This theory was so popular in the early days of this mystery that they actually discussed in the town of Oakville about holding a jellyfish festival. However, this theory doesn't really hold up, especially once we start to get into the actual bacteria that was found. And speaking of such, since I am not a microbiologist, as a part of doing research for this video, I got in touch with someone with a formal background or a microbiologist PhD student, and I asked him if he could take a look at all of the evidence available on the case to try and help us make an educated and informed opinion on this mystery. Special thanks to Capsola on Twitter, as he was generous enough to volunteer his time as well as answer any questions I had about this. He even went above and beyond and included a full report with sources so I could understand his reasoning, even though I didn't understand the subject. Now, for the sake of this video, I will be summarizing the report. And what was found inside of the blobs were, number one, white blood cells, like we said, cells with no nuclei, which you can think of as bacteria or archaea. Then the other two bacteria that were observed by Mike were the two biocontrol agent bacteria, both of which are very common in controlling plant diseases. Now, as you can imagine, if this is meant to kill pathogens in plants, if an animal were to ingest it, it probably wouldn't be the best thing for them. And it turns out that both of them are known to cause infection in immunocompromised patients. And furthermore, if this blob was just harmful to the touch, then it's also possible, Capsula theorized, that DMSO, a commonly used topical analgesic, could have been used to carry the cell culture of bacteria through organic tissue. This would mean that all you need to do is touch the blobs in order for that bacteria to get inside of you. Now, something to consider is that this infection lasted 4 to 8 weeks, and let me remind you that this rain occurred 6 times over the course of 3 weeks. Moving on, if you're wondering why gelatinous blobs would be used to carry the cell culture, if we're dropping something from a very high altitude, we definitely need that bacteria to survive the impact, and the gelatinous polymer containing the culture of bacteria would be the perfect vehicle. So this simply could have been testing some kind of substance to kill plant pathogens. But the only thing that seems to be inconsistent with the other findings was that one white blood cell. However, I will note the only time this was found was the initial test at the hospital. So perhaps it's worth taking with a grain of salt. And just like with any video, if there are any people with microbiology backgrounds who are watching this, I'm going to leave a link to the notes down below if you'd like to kind of double check them. But as for now, I believe the conclusion that Capsola came up with is highly likely a biotech company where government was testing a product, and if the government had some involvement here, that would perfectly explain why some of those samples went missing at that publicly funded laboratory. So was this simply a test gone wrong, or something far more nefarious? I'll leave that up to you. This is Barely Sociable. Have a good night.
Well, the same to you, Barely. Well, that is going to be the last one for tonight. I'm sorry, Miss Lisa, but I did write yours down. If it was a real short one, I'd play it, but it's a half hour long. I don't think I can last another half hour. So I'm going to call it a night there, and hopefully be back tonight. If I feel at all like it, I plan on being back tonight. So y'all watch for me. And I, never know how I'm gonna feel. So, but if I'm feeling halfway up to it, I'll be on. But thanks to all you guys for showing up and hanging out and watching videos and everything. I don't know about y'all, but I really enjoy it. So thanks to every one of you, and much love to everybody. You're more than welcome, Jody. Thanks for watching. Thanks to each and every one of you guys. Definitely appreciate it. And I'm definitely going to try to be on tomorrow night, tonight, however you want to look at it. But anyway, much love, everybody, and we'll see y'all hopefully tomorrow night, whichever way you want to look at it. And thank you, Sparky's Run. Appreciate you. Appreciate all y'all, even Buff. And by the way, Buff, how's Sadie doing? Take care and take your medicine, Ronnie. We'll show whenever. There you go. There you go, Buff. But I still want to know how Sadie's doing. You hadn't told me about, and I know a lot of y'all don't know, so I'm just going to go ahead and tell you right now. Sadie is the only dog that I know of in the world that carries her own pistol and knows how to use it and will use it. That's Buff. Sadie is great. All right. Right on, Sadie. Right on. Hadn't heard about her in a while. She's on guard. Sadie's a good dog. Well, just make sure she don't have any more than one bullet in that gun, Buff, because, you know, if she does get mad at you and takes a shot at you, she might miss on the first shot. You never know. I doubt it, but she might. That'd be your only hope. Anyway, we'll see y'all later on tonight, or, well, on the next one, whenever that might be, but hopefully tonight. Good night, everybody.